Okay, I think we're about to go live now. Let's post it everywhere and then we can start with the new Advent of Code Day. Okay, that's sent everywhere. Let's pull this up here. Lots of stuff happened since yesterday, day 10. I should probably go back even more. There was so much talk about day 10. This was yesterday. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, day 9. So I think day 10 starts somewhere here. Okay, I think we're caught up. So yeah, did I push the buttons on everything? I think so. Let's see. Yeah, that one is live. YouTube is live. Should be good. Hi everybody. Welcome to another Advent of Code stream. Yesterday's one was pretty tough. Let me see. Hey Nineberry, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. So yeah. And Amarte is there as well. Nice to see you guys every day. It's really appreciated. So yeah, I think we should just go over day 11. I still need to get my second star. I think I talked about it on the Discord. So let me pull up my day 10. What I ended up doing, and I think I need to format my code. And let's also make this a bit bigger. Something like this. Close that. Part 2 yesterday was way outside of my comfort zone. Just a small recap, I managed to write an implementation that was able to solve the test for part 2, but it was no way near fast enough to do the actual stuff. So there is an algorithm that you can implement to do that, and you can see it by the region here. I had to turn somewhere for help because like this is just a helper class, but here's like the actual logic that does the solution. And yeah, you can go through it if you want. It's on my GitHub. I wasn't able to do this. It's just too complicated. It's not my cup of tea, and I didn't have time to really dive in. And I don't think that, like, even if I took a full day, I would be able to get on top of this myself. So what did I do? I had some fun with the code that it threw at me and started to change some stuff. Hey Smap, welcome, welcome. So one of the things that I did is something that I started doing a few years ago. That is, if you write something generic that handles numbers, but it doesn't need a specific type of number, like a, let's see, yeah, dat is Luc. Ben al bezig. He was asking me, he's donating blood right now and he doesn't have Discord on his phone, so he was like, can you text me when you are going live? So Luke, this is your going live warning. I just replied to him. So yeah, back to the I number T thing, which is pretty cool if you haven't used this yet. So basically when you write something that does anything with numbers, and it doesn't really matter if, hey Luke, welcome, and it doesn't matter if it's an int or a long, or like, it's just basic doing stuff with numbers and you're not dependent on a certain type of number, you can write it in a way that it doesn't matter which type of number you have, because all the primitives implement I number. Smap says, I use I number quite a lot. Yeah, I really like it as well. So in the case of this solution, it has this fraction class that it uses. And this was written by ChatGPT to use longs. And I was like, okay, based on the problem, I don't think we actually need longs, but I wasn't 100% sure. But I just started to refactor stuff. So I changed the GCD function. You can't use math.app, so you do it like this. And basically, whenever you have like a 0 or a 1, there's t.0 and t.1, and you can make everything function without knowing the actual type there. So I changed this to just be a number, any number. So then in the solver here, you can see it uses that fraction. And the thing is that I started making it long to make sure that I didn't break something. Everything kept working. And I was like, okay, I think it needs shorts, but I'm not sure. Let's just change it to ints first. So I changed all the places where it got used, and that's so many types, so many places. Bloop. So you can see there's quite a few references to the fraction class, and all those places you have to change it. So what I did was you can actually define aliases for types, because you see here frac type, but frac type is in this case an int16 or a short. So what you can do is in your using above, you can create type aliases. So let's say you want to use something, but you're not sure if that's the kind of type that you want to use. You can put an alias here. So now if you want to make all the code work with longs, this is the only thing you change, and now all the code works with a long. So it's just like a variable for types that you can use. So if you're not familiar with this is pretty cool. The same if you have like a certain kind of name deep in a nesting, and it exists on multiple places that you use, you can just create a new alias for a specific version and deduplicate like the name and make sure that's a unique name that you can use there. So that's something that I had a bit of fun with, that I liked, so that I at least felt a little bit good about myself. So I changed this, and then I don't think I did much more than that. I tried looking at the code, but it's pretty complex stuff for me at least. So yeah, I don't think we need to spend a lot of time on it. I haven't submitted my version yet, but if I run it, it's pretty fast. Well, it's not that fast, but fast enough. So you see boom, boom. And when you benchmark it, it's like 200 something, below 300 milliseconds. So it's fast enough. And something else that I was wondering. Oh yeah, that was like there is a solve minimum presses thing, and it has like the free var enumerate limit. Luke says, I learned AOC is long. Yeah, that's true. But sometimes, especially when you do stuff with lots of memory, using a smaller type can save you a lot of RAM and performance. Not always. Sometimes it's easier to have a bigger type because it optimizes better. But in general, is it if you use less memory, stuff gets easier because they can do stuff at the same time. And, it needs like this one. It initializes it to 20. While the default is 22, I have no clue why. I didn't spend too much time on it, but I learned that the smallest value that I can set for this is 3. And it doesn't matter if I set this to 3 or 10 or 22, it doesn't change much in performance. So I thought like maybe I can optimize a bit there, but no, I don't understand enough from all of this to make it work. It does use my own code to map like all the outcomes for the button presses, so at least it's somewhat used. And I commented out some of the stuff that I did. It's very messy. But yeah, that's basically my part 2. Let me just publish or commit it and see if it works or not. We will have a quick laugh. So yeah, that's the second gold star. It works, it makes sense, right? So that was day 11. Smap says, I use an alias on day 8 to make a nice circuits type instead of using complex types, like using circuits as list, hashet, junction. Yeah, exactly. It's great for doing that, like denoising stuff as well. It can be confusing for people that never seen that before. So it's a bit of a trade-off. I don't use it too often. But yeah, in some cases it can be really nice, but it's not a thing that's used a lot, so people that are not used to it might not recognize it. So yeah, I think we'll just go over bits of yesterday so that we can just move on to a clean day 11 afterwards. So yeah. Amartya was still working on that one. Let's see, it was about that as well. Boom, 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 boom. Today's problem is killer 2, as in difficult or fun, difficult benches for the day before. I think both parts are manageable. If you solve P1 a little smart, P2 is the same. Priority queue in both parts, hash set for previous states, and P2 an extra condition to stop when any of the jolts go above the required value. Only my P2 runs not very fast. So I think part 2 today may be beyond me. Easy to get the test to pass using 3 different methods, but I can't work out a correct strategy for the real data. Yeah, we've all been there. Actually, when I did it yesterday, I even struggled to get my test working at first, and I had to improve my initial version to even get the test working. So I started out way worse than you. Not very fast is finishing before AOC 2026 starts. Yeah. I think 20, it's 25. Now it's so weird. Now I've seen Visual Studio 2026 constantly. In my mind it was 2026 because that's the year I've seen most in the last few weeks. Yeah, sorry. It's still 2025, my bad. Leek said I did some optimization, running now, could take a minute or 2. Nice. Maybe I should leave mine running longer and go back to sleep, says Smap. Yeah. Leek says 20% now, 40 of 190 machines calculated. Did some optimizations, priority given to buttons with more impact and states closer to the desired state. Running once again, didn't finish one run yet. So I said I'm exploring weird and wonderful algorithms gleaned from the internet. Couldn't help myself in part 2. Yeah, that was the refactor for part 9, for day 9, sure. Boom, 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 boom. I should probably just turn off streamer mode because we all know the names here. No need. Like I says, finished day 10. Part 1 was quite nice. Part 2 feels like cheating using Z3 probably. Yes. Z3 library. I implemented the pathfinding first thinking I was clever. And for the 70% of the cases it was more or less fast enough. Still running on background on another computer for 2 hours. Okay. But the Z3, isn't that a Python thing? Is there also a .NET version? Let's see, Microsoft.Z3. Okay, cool. I remember it from Python. Isn't it originally a Python thing? At least that's what I remember it from. So we have a machine. They have an ID, they have a light diagram, buttons and joltages. Let's see, line string array. This is the parsing. So let's see how it works in F#. This is all the unique things there, light right, and then a regex. Okay. Kohani says it's a native library but has bindings from many languages. Okay. I'm just saying, like, I remember it from a few years ago. Like it's something that comes up with Python a lot, but makes sense that it's more its own thing with native bindings. Welcome, by the way. Did you do yesterday's one as well? Nineberry says, I use Google OR tools. It has a nice .NET wrapper that can be used easily in C#. Okay. Might have to look into that. Google OR tools. Let me just copy that, paste it in. Wow, if I paste it in Google, it doesn't give me a good answer actually. Nice. I did Google OR tools and this one, but all the actual search results are useless, completely useless. Like the full first page is not about this at all, only the AI thing here. Okay, but let's get back on topic. That's why I don't use Google to search normally anymore. But I've noticed lately that I always, was able to use like ChatGPT and Grok with their free limits, but now they've been complaining like one or two things or not even working at all, like saying it's busy, buy a subscription or else. So yeah, maybe the time of free AIs is over, though I still have a year of Perplexity, I think, which I got for free when linking a PayPal account, but I never use it. I might have to if I want to check stuff, but yeah. Do you guys do the same? Like search, if you want to know something, just put it in an LLM instead of in Google? Martin says, I heard rumors they limit free versions. Perplexity or one of the other ones? Which one do you mean? Let me see, light diagrams. Oh, yeah, I was looking at the parser. They use a regex here, which I was a bit surprised, but it's fine. I was curious to see how they would handle it, but yeah, a regex is quite easy. Used to be my go-to for parsing stuff as well, but since the formats are so exact, it's actually just easier and faster in my mind to just do the string manipulations. Let's see, minimum presses, machine, target is joltages. Is there for part 2? Wait. Ah, I'm looking at part 2. That makes sense. I thought I opened the... they only linked part 2 directly. I think I'm still waking up. Kahani says, LLM works okay to bounce idea with code generation is a bit hit or miss. Yeah, sure. Nineberry says, with ChatGPT, you have to select a less powerful model, and then free usage is basically unlimited. If you select a newer model, you have restrictions. Okay. Yeah, my go-to used to be Grok because I found it easy and it works pretty well for the things that I try with it, which usually isn't coding, but I've run into even opening it up and like the first prompt that you put in there is like, okay, we're too busy, get a subscription or get out. I don't know details, but apparently free versions will have less compute available than before, plus limited search capabilities. Don't know if that's true. Let's see, minimum presses. Buttons, mount indices, effects, zero create length. Let's see, effects. Array.zero create, target, okay, yeah, create the start. Then do all the button presses, so you map the buttons to their effects. Target, start for all, okay. Okay, sure. If it's null, then you return null. So this is like a self-check if you pass in a null state, which makes sense. Config model is true. Okay. MK optimize. Okay. Just a dictionary. What does MK optimize do? Never seen that. Convert buttons to variables. Okay. Array.mapping. Okay. Button index solver add. Okay. So this is like an extension on a dictionary, maybe, or is this something in F# itself? But sure, let's just go on. Shouldn't be possible to reach here. At least one button should affect each position with a non-zero target. Okay. Good to have sanity checks. MK minimize total presses. Okay. So like it reads to me like this is probably some extension that adds a solver thing, or never heard of MK optimize, and it's certainly not part of the normal dictionary, I think. It will, never mind, it will be an extension that they add through Z3, makes sense, never mind. Like I said, I don't think I'm fully awake yet. Let's see if they did part 1 in a different way. There's no Z3 here, so they did it in a different way. So let's see what they did. This is the parsing, combinations with repetitions. K-1. Combination, okay. Let's see what does this do. List A, list all, map, combination, repetition. Okay, find combination, apply button state, apply XOR. Okay. So he uses bit masking for the operation. That's pretty efficient, probably. Let's see. Final statement, but the sequence list full. Apply button. Okay. Let's move on to the next one there. Boom, 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 boom. That was me just messing about with something and then finally finding the way to sort it, but I already addressed this yesterday. Apparently my colleague solved day 10 part 2 with a Python library. Yeah, lots of people will do that. Now I think that's cheating. In general, I would agree, but if there's no other way, sure. I like it if you can just solve it in a naive way, or at least somewhat naive way. In general, I don't like taking a library, but in this case, I had to submit as well. Smab says, I have my day 10 double stars, but I had to use an external library to solve it. Okay. G says, I'm thinking whether I should use a library for day 10 part 2 right now, or if I'm just going to try it myself. Biggest problem is that I should make lunch now and I won't be back for 9 p.m. Personally, I think using a library to do part 2 should be fine, because otherwise you'll be implementing the same thing anyway. It's more tedious than fun. Chi says, but here's my thinking. I don't think the AOC creator expects people to use libraries. All solutions have been implementable by hand to this day. That's why I choose not to use a library. Yeah, I was thinking sort of the same, but there have been like domain-specific things like a Chinese remainder theorem, etc., that you would also just actually need to know or look up. In this case, actually, the actual implementation from scratch was very complex, I think. So that's why I think it might have been expected to use a library like Z3 or something. Let's see. Anyway, I need to do some daily routines and shower, cooking. Sure, believe there's an easy solution somewhere. I just don't see it. Typical NP problems, so it can be easy. There are, however, shortcuts. Plenty of NP hard problems in AOC, but the solution is implementable by hand. Martin said, tried to implement math solution for P2, but couldn't make it work. Had too many variables, so I kept making mistakes. But when I asked AI to point me bugs in my formulas, I was able to make it work. Okay. The only problem is it's slow. That's to solve in the evening. Okay. Well, AI to the rescue. It's not all bad. Like the LAN party from last year, it's NP hard, but the inputs are actually what makes the problem easy. There are n equations with n variables. It's even possible to do it by hand, but now I'm talking about it. I will likely do this with a solver because I've done these things by hand at school already. Okay, I'm not sure if I could do yesterday's problem by hand. Just the sheer amount of combinations is... I wouldn't want to try it by hand. That's one thing. She says, okay, can I read that? Not clicking any spoiler until next question is released. I feel like I can solve this one. Basically, it's something I did at school by hand, so I don't want to do this again. I also need to be outside it, sure. Knowing me now. It's fine to actually catch up now. Sorry if this is less interesting for you. I'll try to make it quite quick. Not hard to see, these vary. Okay. That's a useful set of links. Diophantine and gray. Okay. System of linear equations. These are all the previews. Nice. Marta says, you could do it by hand if you know how, but it's not trivial, and I couldn't be bothered to do all the computations with pen and paper. Yeah, sure. Just brute force, hope it's done before the end. Yeah, we know how that ended. Day 10 solution in C# using Google OR tools. Okay, let's see. Read online, select new machine. Part 1 is count min presses to ignite lights. Calculate min button presses to reach voltage. Voltage! Voltage. Let's see. Target state, machine string, input match. Regex is for the parsing, okay. Count min bus presses to ignite lights. Priority queue. Sure. Create initial state. While to the priority queue. Current state, current presses. If scene contains current state, continue. I have the state as a string, okay. Scene contains sure, scene add sure, blah, freeze button, next sure. Actually, this is also this is probably smarter than what I tried to do. I mapped out like every unique combination and then every pattern that those combinations could make, and then for each pattern find the one with the least number of presses, because I thought if I do this, I have a great way of solving my P2 probably, because this will give you so much flexibility of how to deduce it. But Nairi says, no, your way is smarter for part 1. Wow, yeah. Maybe. I really like what I did, but that's like, this is small, very comprehensible. This reads easy. Mine is like way complexer. It has more options, but given the problem state, that doesn't matter. But, yeah. Let's see. Nineberry said, I didn't think about the pressing a button more than once. Makes no sense here. So I implemented deep search. Yeah. Yeah, sure. The thing is, I already. It doesn't matter. My reasoning was like you could do. To get a certain state, you might have to combine. It's okay. I'll just move on. Press button, results, toggle light, sure. Ah, you kept it in the character form, okay. Create initial state, sure. Calculate min button. I think it would be like creating a new string, but this also creates a new string. But you could do like a new string and then the character and then the length. Might just be faster than the replace. Actually, I would have to benchmark that. Sometimes things can be very efficient, but it also doesn't matter. Create solver SCIP. Okay. I wonder why they do it like this, because this feels like very JavaScripty to me, to have like something as complex as a solver. I assume it's not emitted. So why isn't there like an enum or a strong type or a class for? I wonder why they do it string based and don't have something that emits it. Because even if they like would take a location on disk that has the files, they could do like a T4 template that just generates the enums and emits all the things that it's capable of doing. But SCIP says solving constraint integer programs. Okay. Yeah, I'm surprised that like the initializing of this is done by a string, which is very not the .NET way to do things. But that might be because it's a Google thing that derives from another type of language. So yeah. The library is extensible. You can add register your own solver algos. Okay. Yeah, but I would say like use an interface for that, you know, so that you can still pass in that like the actual type reference or something. But you see this probably more because it's like it's not .NET native, so the people that created it probably have a different way of looking at it. It's not a big thing. It's just something that stands out to me. Let's see, variable count, button length, variables. For each numeral range, make int var. Okay. B plus index, it initializes it with max var. Okay. Equation count value length. For each position in numeral range. Constraint is make constraint target voltage position is okay. This makes no sense to me. So you pass in the same thing twice, but do they have a way to doing it with reflection to get the index out of it or something? Or constraint, buttons variable, create position, constraint set coefficient variable 1. Okay. This is the right side of the equation. You use 2 values because you could also specify. Okay. Okay, so this just means like I'm looking for this exact range, which is just a single value. So they could have an overload that just passes in one function and set that as the from and to. Okay, makes sense. Sure. Hey, look, I already went over your F# code. Sorry. Let's see. I'm still reviewing what everybody did for day 11. So yours day 10. So I haven't even started day 11 yet. So let's see. And then set coefficient, and then it just solves. Okay. Okay. It seems so simple when you read it like this, right? But yeah, all the heavy lifting happens somewhere else. But even like constraint. Okay, it ties it together on the variable name there. Okay. It's fine. I think we don't need to spend too much, but it's nice to see the alternative ways of doing it. 9 berry. Oh no, I just did check 9. Never mind. Show off your stuff. Stephen Roslin. Not proud of it, considering replacing part 1 with brute force and part 2 with a manual implementation of ILP. So that will be the integer. No. Which would still be more onerous than using a third-party solver-based optimizer, but I did it. Okay. Well, you get some credits for that, 9th prime. Let's look at what you did. Z3. I thought you said you did it. Well, let's see. False vector. Something like this. Parsing. ILP is integer linear program. Okay. I'm not familiar with all the names, I'm afraid. Function buttons. Function voltages. Sure. Machine this. Combine XOR. Okay. Fold bool from bool. Okay. Bool to end. Okay, so this is back from bits, or bools in this case, to integer. So this is like probably the bit mask stuff. Some bool, it's bitwise and, right? And or would that be actually? Fresh const. Okay, fresh const for end. Is this like a clone function, maybe? Fresh const for bool. Okay. Machine make button presses. Button presses with capacity. Yeah, sure. Okay. Did I miss the push function? No, not yet. Okay. Let's see. Collect buttons. Sure. Part 1. Button presses make button presses. Highlight and cell lights. Target. Buttons is. Smap says, I didn't like what I had to write yesterday, so embellished it better by writing some new link helpers. Okay. Combine XOR, optimizer. Okay. Like ILP is I love pain. Yes. Little sadomasochism in here. Why not? Optimize, okay. And here is a Z3 part. Okay. Implement full string for machine. Main result machines power. Okay. Jumping over that right now. That was a short. So closer can solve the first 5 lines of part 2 in milliseconds until it gets stuck somewhere. Which means that with some improvement, I feel like AOC's input is meant to be solved in a smart brute force way. The inputs are all specially made so that it's feasible to be done manually. Okay. My manual solution is running already for 6 hours. I managed to compute 120 so far. Around 70 were were almost instant. Rest is crazy computing. Yeah. Leave it running until tomorrow. Sure. Did you leave it running? Let's see. It didn't deserve to start. No idea what was going on. Yeah, I'm on the same. I had to stop. Got to 152. Ah, okay. I think I had one like that a few years ago. I don't know if it was last year or the year before, where I was like, when you're out of ideas, you're like, just please make this brute force work, please. And then you just know that it won't make it, but you still try. My very basic solver isn't returning an answer even for the simple input now. Time to take a shower and reflect on life. Yes. Code is mine. It's optimized to how it spans and bitwise up, but no, this isn't mine. No idea what's going on. Sure, run out of ideas. Yeah. Let's see what the matter is. Not happy with part P2. Parts were just made with wiki in hand. Parts were written by AI from formulas. Because I don't have the whole day to do it, and it took some attempts to make it right, and it's slow. I know slow may be relative, but still. Okay. Let's see what the master did. Solve part 1. Parsing here. Oh, okay. Skipped over something. I thought it would. Wait, let me check. If it's a space, a tab, a carriage return, or a new line move over. So this does it character by character. Skip empty chart, sure. Ah, skip empty chart. Okay, it says it on the tin. Smap says, because I use a solver, I don't think I published the solution yesterday. Ah, okay. I can understand that. The only thing that made me a little bit happy about yesterday's code is that I wrote a solver for part 1 and part 2 that worked, even if just for the test case. And yeah, I'm not too sad that I had to use a library, but or AI in this case. But yeah, I would have loved to do it myself, but I also realized fairly quickly that I wouldn't be able to do it. Let's see, process machine. Ah, here's the logic. Okay. Process machine. Okay, so let's look at process machine. Process machine visited disk queue buffer max states is 1 plus 2 plus 4. Okay, that's still the memory counting stuff. Start is 0. Ah, that's index based, sure. Try the queue. At state, if state is target mask, return this state, okay. For this state, blah, blah, length, state, bit shift. If it's larger, continue if visited. Okay. Here we get solve joltage math. See, I learned BFS. Now I'll try to use it everywhere. Yeah. It worked, didn't it? Solve joltage mask. Target length, button length. Sure. Build a linear system. At least it has comments so that it looks like you understand it. Kohani says everything is a pathfinding problem if you try hard enough. Yeah. Yeah. Matt holds A in row major. Right hand side effective B. Yeah, this is just, I'm so not used to stuff like this. This is build a basic for body masks. Safer up about. Sure. Rank of matrix A after class elimination. Which column is it? Yeah, this seems to be part of the algorithm that you should probably understand, but I haven't looked at it hard enough. Okay, find the row with the largest below current rank. Sort the best row with the current rank row. Okay. And then you wipe it out. Okay. First, all zeros, no solution exists. Okay. So your sanity check there. How long did it take? This was partly AI stuff as well, right? Luke Lightning says you can slip my code, even I don't know. Skip my code, even I don't know how it works. Yeah, I have the same for my part, but it's still like looking at like the ways everybody else approached it. Yeah, respect for at least trying to do most of it yourself. That was me streaming, semi-cheated and used Z3 as well. Sure. Yeah. Don't feel happy about it because I don't understand what happens. Yeah. You and me both. Taking a rest. Never think of using some sort of math library, but then I learned about ranks for Gaussian eliminations. See? That's what it's all about. You learn something from actually going at it. But that's why I said, like, I expected you to be more comfortable with this. I'm not there yet. Martin says, I used AI to check for bugs in Matrix and Gaussian, and I used it for free vars parts. It's not something I did before. I just read about it. Yeah, no shame in that. No worries. And that's what I think I said it a few times already. Like, that's actually what AI is really useful for. Just have it also, like, if it spits out a piece of code that you're not familiar with, just isolate stuff and tell them to explain it to you and ask questions about it. That's one of the great things that it can actually do very well. So, but this was so foreign for me, I didn't even try to understand it because it was just too big of a hurdle. But if I would have, if like my goal would be to understand this, and I had plenty of time, AI would be my way to go and comprehend all of this. Probably to just break it down into logical pieces and try to understand each part of it. Let's see, I don't use that, but didn't work on my web hosting provider. Switched to Google or Tools Linear Solver instead. Updated mine, still uses Z3. Cursed bit manipulation, which is always nice. Okay. Shifting it all out. Okay, it never shows the full thing, but at least we got to see part one. Let's see. Smap says, I actually neither Z3 or R2 works on my free web hoster. Because that's what I did with mine. I asked to explain what I had and let the comments there. Okay. Martin said, to be honest, I use a lot of AI in shader code. There's a lot of math you have to do and it's easy to mess up. And once I get to understand how to ask ChatGPT to give me what I want, it does give some good results. Yeah. The only thing the only risk there is like that you just use it to generate it and stop learning yourself, because that's like the risk there, because it sometimes can be so easy. So that's what that's why you see so many posts about like stuff that's vibe coded and then like there's holes left and right and people get wrecked. That's just because at a certain point they stop looking at what it does and just paste it in and move on and move on. I've tried that, like when I was trying out AI at various stages. I tried to see what it could do, but just like, okay, like I give you a prompt, here's what it spits out, here is the errors back, and here's everything that's not. And if you just keep doing that, you're just basically a copy paste machine, and that's such a poor experience. But it can be great to have it actually be a sparring partner. That's what I would say. But it says, oh yes, you have to analyze the code, sure, but I prefer to read it and maybe fix than to write it again from scratch. Makai says, I would recommend disable the inline system. Oh yeah, where is that setting? I've been annoyed by that a few times already. I mean, sometimes it suggests something, but it's never really, never that useful. I mean, I don't mind autocomplete as long as it makes sense. I think I have a short on that while we're talking on the subject. Always a good reason to pull up my YouTube channel. If I could type, Jesus Christ. See, I need autocomplete already. I think I have a short here for here. I don't have
yes.
bullet feedback.
And this is the problem with like AI. It will be confidently wrong. Do you see what's happening here?
Yeah. 124 GH. So yeah. For those who want to see the actual thing. But yeah, let's move on, or otherwise we won't have time to even do day 11. I got an adapted version of Gaussian Eliminator in Go. Asked AI to simplify it a little bit because it was a total mess. It's quite fast, less than half a second. Okay, let's bloop. Oh, I need to turn off my audio. I don't know, I have so many, I have 100 Discord channels, I think, and I keep getting like random notifications and I can never tell what actually happened because there's just too much going on. Let's see, Gaussian elimination matrix, elimination. Martha said, how could you guys live without inline suggestions? It's super useful when refactoring the code, especially since Microsoft removes macro recording from Visual Studio. Okay. It's actually like the one that tries to be smart. I've had it a few times during streaming. It just puts so much stuff in there and shift everything around, and it's usually not correct. So, like I do a lot of like space dot to like have it pop up and autocomplete. Like I think control space to complete the thing that you're writing out so that you don't have to fully type it in the right case. I do that a lot, so just like the autocomplete. But when it tries to suggest like actual blocks of code, I don't like that one a lot. It's not that great. Pivot rows, reduce matrix. Yeah, it's just. I don't think there's a lot for me to go through here. Because it's just. It's all the algorithm stuff. So I'm sorry, and I can't really say much about it, but I'll move on for now. So sorry, Black Eye. Amartya says, when I have n number of lines that are similar but not the same, and I added one or two of those, it understands the rest, and I just best tap a bunch of times. Done. Okay. Well, you saw when it tried to help with like the short. It probably gets better, but yeah. Still very tired. Managed to solve part 2 using Python library. Oh well, sure. Why is day 11 a huge step down in difficulty? Depends. My day 11. So I guess I should stop here and start reading day 11. So, sorry for everybody if I skipped over your code a bit fast, but yeah, it's the algorithm that's. So let's see what I think. Luke said that I would like this day, so let's see if he's right. Day 11, Reactor. You hear some loud beeping coming from a hatch in the floor of the factory, so you decide to check it out. Inside, you find several large electrical conduits and a ladder. Climbing down the ladder, you discover the source of the beeping, a large toroidal? Well, let me just... Toroidal. Okay, I got it. Toroidal reactor, so like a wind turbine of something, which powers the factory above. Some elves are here, hurriedly running between the reactor and a nearby server rack, apparently trying to fix something. One of the elves notices you are rushing over. It's a good thing you're here. We just installed a new server rack, but we're going to have, but if we aren't having any luck getting the reactor to communicate with it. You glance around the room and see a tangle of cables and devices running from the server rack to the reactor. She rushes off, returning a moment later with a list of devices and their outputs, your puzzle input. For example, okay, each line gives you the name of a device, followed by a list of the devices to which its outputs are attached. So, BBDDE means that device BB has two outputs, one leading to device DDE and another leading to device EE, okay? The elves are pretty sure that the issue isn't due to any specific device, but rather that the issue is triggered by data flowing from some specific path through the device. Data only ever flows from a device through its output. It can't flow backwards. After dividing up the work, the elves would like you to focus on the device starting with the one next to you. An elf hastily attached a label which just say you and ending it with the main output to the reactor, which is the device with the label out. To help the elves figure out which path is causing the issue, they need you to find every path from you to out. In this example, there are all of the paths from you to out. Sure, blah, 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 blah. Okay, in total there are 5 different paths leading from you to out. How many different paths lead from you to out. Okay. Toroidal means a round fat donut, like those round transformers, or Tony Stark's arc reactor shape. Okay. Blowfish says, greetings friends of installing a new computer during the introduction. Welcome Blowfish Fugu. Why the double name, by the way? Because Fugu is Japanese for blowfish, right? What's the origin of the name? I've been wanting to ask that for a few days already. So, So I was wondering, they say it only flows one way, but this one connects to you. So did I read or understand that wrong? Is it like U goes to AA? Because it said it didn't go the other way around. Two outputs. So it goes from AA to U and H. Is there a U in this list? No, it's not. There is not. Oh, but you need to reverse the thing. Follow it back. Okay, let me read this again. U to BBB. Oh, here. Ah, never mind. It's actually here. I was like, I don't see the U entry in this list, but it's right there staring at me. Okay. So there will be a circular connection here probably at some point, and then you have to find that out. You can't go back. Well, not true. So part 2 is it that it can flow backwards or something? Okay, let's not mess about for too long and just get this going. Day 11. Day 11. Okay, day 11. I noticed that I thought I fixed that. Apparently I didn't. Blowfish, Fugu says, quite straightforward. Name Blowfish was occupied already and I didn't want to add a number behind. Makes sense. And an elegant solution to the problem, I might say. So yeah, nice. Bloop bloop, I need to mute. Yeah, I'll check that later. Every time I hear the sound, it's like, okay, I have to check something, but nope, we don't. Okay, colon string start is you. End is out. So input 2 lines, select, split by like this. Sure. I should do the mapping here. Sure. So this becomes a list of string from list string. This will be an IEnumerable, right? Yeah. Actually, I can also just do this, because it can target it from how I do it here. List string 2 parsed is this, right? Okay. Sometimes something jumps up and down in my peripheral. I was like, did I miss a chat? But no, just something that moved. Let's see. First time cannot infer. Try specify. Okay, so never mind. I need to do the to list here. So I think this one should be it. It doesn't like it. Okay. Oh, never mind. I need to do this. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we have it parsed here. We might want to make this into a hash set, because you can easily check if it contains, or more easily checks, and it, not hash code, hash set. I really wonder if I can't just do this. I don't think so, right? No. So I can do a new hash set string like this. This also works. Okay, so we parse it out, and then we need to have a mapping. Something like actually this needs to be a dictionary. Boom, 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 boom. So this monster here. Sorry for that war crime. Name itself came from being hard to Google. Some find a dish, others an algorithm. Yeah. I mean, it's a pretty special dish, like because of the the poison glands in the fish. It has to be sliced a certain way to be safely eaten, etc. So it's a pretty mythical story behind it, right? It still has a bit of mystery around it and danger. So we need to start. Find all unique ways to go from start to end. The thing that's nagging me in the back of my head is the whole thing like it flows only one way. No, I don't need to start another Visual Studio. Okay, didn't need to do that. So I'm thinking like I should probably index all of these since there are not too many of them, to have like a byte for each one to refer to them, to have a very small footprint. So what I could do is just do like dictionary byte string lookup is parse the keys with index. I wonder if I never made a version here that just gets a predicate, but yeah, it's fine. So I can do for each var x in this lookup.add x probably also need the inverse of that. It's not, it's fine. Why am I having such a trouble just getting started? I can do a byte current list of byte path. What did this say? 5 different things. Okay. Okay. It just counts the different paths. We don't even care about the paths there. That's interesting. So we do inverse lookup is lookup to dictionary x. This. Probably don't need to put that in there. We can also do visited is no. Polygon says, hi, what's up? I've just started to do day 11. So I'm doing Advent of Code day 11, where you have a list of from to connections. You start here and you need to map out all the ways you can get to out. So I'm doing that right now. So I've written a parser, which is ugly. Svab says, how many times have we written this code for ASC? Probably a lot of times, and I'm still contemplating which one I need to do. Next. Actually, it's the type here. Missy says, yo, good afternoon. Welcome. Science, yes. Trying to get that AOC, blah, I messed it up. Trying to get that, boom. So yeah, actually I could make it just like NKCSS, C# guy trying to get AOC. That would be a better description. Let's see, if scene visited that contains next dot current continue. Yes. Can't stay on stream today because I have to go to the gym now. I hope day 11 of AOC goes well. Yeah, I hope that as well, and enjoy the gym, and nice of you to drop by and say hi. It's always appreciated. Let's see, if next dot, alright, let's also do end is inverse lookup end. If next dot current equals end, so we can do a list of byte ways, loop, and we do ways that add current dot, no, it's next dot path, like that. Boom, ba-doom, ba-doom. First, what keywords are used? Let me see. It's a Logitech G601. Very worn out, and I really like it. I like it so much that Luke tried to give me one, but it was a second-hand one that fell apart and was a bit dirty, so I didn't end up using it, but it's the thought that counts. So it's basically, it has no RGB backlight, but it has a backlight. It has nice mechanical keys. I really like it a lot. And if I go back to my YouTube, I actually use it for something fun, I think. Is it not on one of the... I don't even remember. I did something with the keyboard, here. So I did something, there's like an API for it from Logitech. So you can do all sorts of fun stuff with it. So I thought about like taking another one and hanging it on the back wall, and then like maybe write out the last chat things or something as a fun project. So yeah, it's nice. Basically every G series keyboard has an API so that you can mess with the lights on your keyboard. So that's fun if you wanted to do that. It's like I said, I've been programming for 30 years. You name it, I've probably done it. It's like I've started and stopped so many things. Like the same thing here. I have an Akai MPK2 Mini. I started writing my own controller software for it, so that I can turn it into like a Steam Deck with all the buttons, so I can just hook up random stuff to it and say, yeah. Smash says, I have a new keyboard this week to replace my failing laptop keyboard. RIP. So yeah, back to the code. I was coding, let's see. Logitech MX Keys S. Not familiar with that one. So the low profile one? So it's a short travel keyboard probably, right? Yeah. Well, not that short, but it's a lower profile one. Missy says, I have a collection of custom mechanical keyboards. 24 at the moment. Okay, my latest purchase is an Aula F75. Oh yeah, that's a whole rabbit hole with like mechanical keyboards. And there are so many small indie brands that make fun stuff. I think my wallet is really happy that I never got into that. Let's see. Did I write in the test answer? Yes, I did. So now I need to find the one. So I need to do inverse lookup next.current. Oh no, lookup this. What's the dealio? This is a byte, sure. So look up this should give me a string, and then I need to do parsed blah. So for each string next no needs output this. Let's see. Amarta says, I could never make myself to use mechanical keyboards. I went with a Surface keyboard. It's worse than being addicted to tobacco. Yeah, probably more expensive. Well, kinda says, top real force idiot, you be black on black. Shouldn't be a quote, sorry, okay. Okay, talking about keyboards in chat, have at it. Not something I can really speak on. It's just I like having a little bit of feedback and sound. But yeah, I'm not a no. Don't say sorry. I like that you're enjoying yourself and having a chat about keyboards. It's not something that I really can put my 2 cents in. Sorry for cluttering the chat with this. No, clutter away. The more the merrier. People talking in chat mean they are having fun, and yeah, why would I be against that? So, nope, chat away, please. What was I doing? These are all the things that I can fork into. I'm really starting to regret that I even do this, because I don't think it will be necessary or be an improvement at all. It probably will make it slower even. But you know me, I like to overcomplicate things sometimes. So we do byte n is inverse lookup output, and then yes, no. Well, actually in the for each, yes, but I can just do if not. Missy says, I'm not going to forgive you for being more of a Red Bull fan than a Ferrari fan, but anyway, yeah. I'm Dutch, you know, so. But no, I'm also a fan of how he drives. I wouldn't mind seeing Charles get some better results sometimes, because I feel he's been very unlucky ever since he got into F1. And I'm sad that F1 is over for a few months now, but yeah, very curious to see what the new season will bring. I wasn't a fan of Vettel until he quit, really. I didn't like Vettel at all. I thought he was an arrogant hothead. Go figure. And I like Max, but I didn't like Vettel at all while he was driving. And I really like him when he stopped driving, like the way he presented himself. I still remember vividly, like him just losing it and shunting into, I think it was Hamilton, or I don't know who he did it to. Just he intentionally crashed his car into somebody because he was mad. Just before he quit, he had some not so great moments, and I wasn't watching during the time that he got his world championship, so I only got to see the bad side of him while he was at Ferrari. So yeah, but I really like the person that I've seen him be after Formula One. So he said he was the one who pulled Red Bull out of the deepest pit. Yeah, he brought a lot to the team. But I missed that part. I'm afraid. I watched in the 90s with Schumacher, and then a whole time I didn't watch it. And then when Max was going to F1, I started watching again. So, but that's it's been 9 years or 10 years now, I think. So, let me see, what was I doing? Oh yeah, if it's not visited contains, add this one. We need to queue it up, right? Queue.enqueue, and comma, and then we do next visited, no, path, comma, and then we do next current. So basically take a new copy of the path because the branch is out, and that is fine. I think that's it. Did I even change the program to be 11 yet? No, I don't think so. Let's see what I forgot. Something in my mind is not sitting right, but let's see. I didn't even record the output, so that is nice. Out, inverse. Out wasn't there. I need to manually do that. Out would be inverse. Like this. Sure, that's fine. Which also means that I need to add it to the lookup. So lookup.add. It's a bit messy. And here P1 is ways that count, like this. Number 5 for always. Okay, I messed up here. Well, this actually becomes, forgot that. But I'm curious to see why this doesn't work. Would it be per, let me see. Oh yeah, I can't do the visited globally because it needs to happen individually there. The thing is, a hash doesn't guarantee that you keep the same order. I think it sometimes works, but this feels dirty. Probably there's a better way, but for now I'm gonna do it. So visited here, I need to I had a hash set somewhere. This one needs to be removed. We won't ever queue it, so we don't need to do this. Because we will just check it here and never queue it up. So if you do next that visitor that contains n, then we do this. And the same thing for this one. It feels dirty to do it twice. Now I'm glad that I optimize it to use a byte instead of a string, so that I at least still have some saving, but okay, so now it works. I add the first thing twice, so that's wrong. Oh yeah, I do it this way already, never mind. So I can actually do it like, no, you don't want that. This one is the way to do it. P1, the waste thing here. Yeah, 1, 2, 5, 10, 1, 3, 5, 10, 1, 3, 6, 10, 1, 2, 4, 7, 10, and 1, 3, 4, 7. 2 and 3. Okay, yeah, okay. So I could then probably still convert this back into a name. So I can do if test for each far away in ways console.writeLine. So we do a string.format join, and then we do way.select inverse lookup x lookup x, like this. So this should print out all the paths. So now we get BB. There should be a BBEE. BBEE, that's this one. CE1, a CE1, a CF1, CDG, and BDG. So BDG. Yeah, so these are all the things that we've mapped, so that's all correct. Let's run the real thing. It took a bit, but we got there. Oh, okay. Ah, okay. Using ID type is short. So now I can do this. ID type, 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 mine, and this one. Cool. Is it still complaining? No, okay. So now if I run it and it's still too little, I can just go to int, but I doubt there will be 16K versions there. 658, okay. Woohoo! Okay, that was easy. Let's see what part 2 has in store. Thanks in part to your analysis, the elves have figured out a little bit about the issue. They now know that the problematic data path passes through both DAC, digital to analog converter, and FFT, a device which performs a fast Fourier transform. Okay. I know the term, never done it. It's what makes MP3s, etc., I think, fairly efficient, and all sorts of compression algorithms. So, curious why the hint is there. Now the 11 starts. Okay. They're still not sure which specific path is a problem, so they now need you to find every path from SVR, the server rack, to out. However, the paths you find must also visit both DAC and FT in any order. Okay. This new list of devices contains many paths. Okay. However, only 2 paths from blah 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 both fit that. Find all of the paths that lead from SVR to out. How many of those paths visit both DAC and FTT? Okay. Sure. So now, basically, you have a path finding with multiple checkpoints. So you should probably only do from start to this one, from you to this one, from you to this one, and then from like we have these extra ones, right? With SVR, which is server. Server is this. DAC. DAC is this, and then FFT, right? FFT. Like this. So basically you have, yeah, let's, you should probably do like all the combinations and find all of them for like everything that goes from DAC to FTT. Find all the paths that lead from SVR to out. How many of those paths fit blah 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 blah. Although it hasn't changed, you can still get your puzzle input. Okay. Okay. I wonder why this is hard, but Nineberry says hint part 2 uses different sample than part 1. Yeah. I'm just going to move this to the input process because I will reuse this. Actually, before I do this, let's undo. And commit before I forget. So let's see, day 11 part 1. I changed a whole lot of things, but it's fine. Okay, now we blah. Can't I redo now? Ah, okay, great. Server is SVR, DAC is DAC, FFT is FFT, sure. I need to put the Q thing back. That's the only thing that didn't belong here. These types will be made global. Boom. That's all fine. These ones will get a definition there as well. And I will do the same for SVR, BAC, and FFT. SRV, okay, server. Nearly there, server. Okay, so that's the input parsing done. Now I just want to do like IEnumerable list ID type, find all paths, string from, I can do ID type from ID type 2. Because there are some things that I want to test and assert before we move on. So basically we do this. And here we just do yield return. This. We don't care about ways anymore. Find all paths, start, end, like this. So let's run this. This should still work now. Okay, nice. So for part 2, Luke says, I'm back. I was in the car. Welcome, Luke. Welcome. How did the giving blood work out? Your good deed for the day. So I want to do first stars. Yeah, I already got it. So I want to see start end. I couldn't care less about. So we want to do DAC to FTT. DAC to FTT. FFT. See, fast Fourier transform. I can't even get the acronym correct. We want the inverse of that as well. FFT to DAC. Giving blood is 1 hour piece with nobody disturbing. Yeah. We want SRV to DAC. We want SRV to FTT. SVR. Server. I should probably rename this one SRV. And this one would be SRV to FFT. And then the last 2 that we want is this same to the end. So you want SRV, actually DAC to end. Oh wait, it said, where did it need to connect to? Yeah, to the end, sure. SRV to end and FFT to end. FFT and DAC end. So I think these are all the things that we want to know. And then what we need to know is just everything that connects to this, right? If you do yeah, but Did they do, was the thing SVR? As they do SVR, yeah. So I need SVR. I had it correct, okay. I mean, there are two R's in there. It depends on which one you want to take, but yeah. Let's see. What was I doing? Oh yeah. So from SVR, you have two options. To DAC FFT and then to out. So I think if we take those and we take all those connections, serve on the server rack. You can take these paths and take like the last connection there, or depending on which end you need, like the first or the last bit, and then maybe connect them to each other. So let me just do console.writeLine. Actually, I should just do like a dictionary, no, list, string, job name, no, ID type, from ID type to Q is this, and then I can do that. So I can do for each var Q in Q, var ways is blah. Probably need to cache them at some point, but it's fine. I just want to see the outputs now. There you go. Console.writeLine. So we do q.from, q.to, waves that count. Okay. Yeah. Curious about this. Look up Pretty sure my this one I hard code the starting thing here and the end condition. So to from okay, I have an exception or whatever. The given key out was not present in the dictionary. Wait, what? What's happening here? Where am I going wrong? Wait. I still had it in release mode. What's the key? Quick watch. Ah, out. Oh yeah, never mind. I need to go to parsed, and I need to make sure that out has nothing there. So I do parsed.add and bloom like this. And is actually a dead end, so like that. Let's see. Part 2 uses a different sample than part 1. Yeah, I'm just running on the real input now. Not the sample, I'm running the real input because I want to see some data. Let's see what's happening here. Yeah, never mind. I need to do this in the end. After everything else, I need to do this. Messing up by manual adding stuff. Smap says, time for me to go out. I'll be back in a few hours before the code finishes. Okay, nice. Okay, this is actually good because there is never a connection from DAC to FTT. So the order always have to be FTT to DAC. There is not a path from DAC to FTT, so that's interesting. What's the first one? Now it does the inverse there, and I don't have that optimized probably because it branches off too much. Okay, let's see. Nice, that's a lot of ways. And I don't know how many he already has because I've never stopped yielding there. Cool. Kanye says, which makes sense, you can't do FTT on an analog signal. Yeah. So this one means, because it said, because it said it didn't matter in which order, in any order, but there's only one order. If it worked both ways, you'd give infinite loops. Well, there's I stop it from doing that because you keep track of which ones you've done already. So now you probably need to have a cache there. Wait, before I do this, if I do all the other ones, no, it has trouble with everything. Smash says, for the puzzle though, it asks for a total count. So if there were expanding routes, there would be no solution. Yeah. Sure. But still, it branches off enough that that isn't the way to do it there. So this one is also too big to just simply do. This should give no, probably none. Does it matter? Yeah. curious to see what's in the queue now. And the thing is, for most of these, like, and this is always the thing that I find tricky, like the way to cache parts of this. Because there will be lots of sub things that can be cached. I just don't properly remember how. Because I've run into this issue before. Let me think. Python has an eighth. Yeah, I know. And I wrote that. When was it? I mean, maybe I just need to look at it for inspiration. No, not day 10. I think it might have been day 7. Yeah, this one. That was with the recursion function. Which is probably also the way to do it here. I mean, how would I rewrite this? Python everyday import solution. Yeah. How would I? Because basically you need to be able to do that. But can I write that the proper way? So I could do the list of ID type, path, ID type, next. Let me think. And if next equals and no, first we need to make a key for that. Let me think. So let's just write it without the key for now and just do the logic thing here, which would basically be this part. So basically if next equals end, return 1. Why is it complaining here? Oh, I'm still running. Maybe Visual Studio is getting a bit mad here. Can I return a variable from an iterator? Wait, what? Sure. Next. I think we can skip this. Are there loops in there? Probably not. But who knows? So I could just do return explore unique paths, blah, and end. No, we need to combine those. Plus yeah, the thing would be like a sum of this. So you would do return sum x inverse lookup x like this. And we only need it once, so yeah. Explore unique paths, then path next, comma this, and so this would then be the thing. That would recurse, and now we need to have a cache here. I wonder what the most efficient key would be there. Probably like a hash code generator of this, but I'll just take an ugly string here. Dictionary, string, comma, long cache loop. So if cache, first need to do string cache key is actually string dot join it doesn't matter, path does it need, and it needs to have the last one as well, plus comma next if cache try get value cache key out long val return val. Else we need to add the current result. Do we need to add this to the result as well? Probably not. We can hit this every time. We don't care. Long result is this. Cache key is result. Return result. Something like that. And this assumes there's no loops. So if there are loops, I'm screwed. Nimber says you're not using path in the method, so why include it at all? What do you mean? I use it to build the path of the cache key to see what we explored. Maybe I'm missing something, but I'll do it for now, like this. I might be missing something, but I don't understand your comment yet. But I don't. No, yeah, I do it here. I enqueue it. I combine it and then put it up. Yeah, you need that for the key, or otherwise, how do you know what to cache or return? Let's see. So this would be explore unique paths. Would we? Yeah, okay. I think this is correct. Six, 5, 8. Okay, so that works. Did you notice how surprised I sounded? So instead of this, let's do still causing issues. Let's see. How big is the cache? Fairly big. I wonder if it can do it even. Yeah, on the other hand, if if there are no loops, you're right in saying that you don't need to like the key could be just the start and the current if there's no loops in there. I could try that. Let me just commit this because I might want to go back just in case. Working on part 2. Should probably also switch over to the test case, but let's see. What is wrong here? Oh man, that's annoying. So this now should work for both versions here. Wait, what? Ah, it's still the first part here of the test. Never mind. Let's see. You're not using the path and the method bar included. See my comment above. Part 2 use a different. Yeah. I accounted for all of that, but I misunderstood this part because it hits twice. So SVR is in there. So what I need to do is if it does this, I can undo that part. Basically, I need to if it does this, then I can do this one. This is basically the logic that I need for the parse or setup inputs. For the second one, it doesn't have a U. Sure. They make it so easy to parse all the things and prepare all the things. Okay. Nice. Okay. Yeah, the flow is from I commented those out. Let's run this again. Bloop, okay. This from FTT to doc, and then from doc there's no one from DAC to out. So the answer is 0. Wait, what? Are the mappings correct? Let me just check here to make sure. DAC, FTT, FTT, DAC, SVR, DAC, SVR, FTT, DAC out, FTT out. Okay. Like, there's only one path from FTT to out. If they need to be visited both, there's no path from DAC to out. So if there's only a path from FTT to DAC, but none from DAC to FTT, is this, let me go back to my old code that I know works for now. Just for a check here. Okay, so then the cache, the thing that I wrote now doesn't work. So that is great. There's no path from DAC to FTT, that is fine. There is one from FTT to DAC and then from DAC to out. So I wonder, what was the answer? Only 2 paths go from there. So there's from server to FTT is 1, and then from FTT to DAC is 1, and then from DAC to out is 2. So would it just be the max of those in this case? It's 1 times 1 times 2 is the answer here, I think. By doing it this way, you have SVR to DAC. No, SVR to FTT is 1. FTT to DAC is also 1. DAC to out is 2. So it's 1 times 1 times 2 is the solution. So if we can do this, we can also shortcut a bunch of the work, I think. Because you have to visit these stations, it just becomes 3 separate problems. So yeah, because like the only valid paths is SVR, DAC, FFT out, or SVR, FFT, DAC out. These are the only 2 unique paths that are possible. And then we can also say that DAC to FTT never happens. DAC FFT never happens, so only path is this one. So when we calculate those 4, the only thing that we need to do is multiply them times each other. Now I just need to make sure that it works. And now I wonder why my explore unique path function doesn't work. Because if this one yes, never mind. Var path is this. If path at count is null, return null. And then we do this. I never have the zero path there. And I should probably, no, I can't cache it there before. Should probably do this one by one so that at least those paths get cached as they come in for each var x and paths. Let's call it p. Long result is this. P result. No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. No, it's fine. Like this. But now I was wondering, like, this one can be more efficient, I think, by just using the start and the current index, because there should be no loops. Look at the part 2 sample explanation, it lists all the paths. Yeah, I have all the paths. But like I said, because there are 2 checkpoints in between, you only need to do those few checks. So we can do less work. So now let me do part 2. So this one is incorrect, which is interesting. And this one is incorrect. And this one is incorrect. And this would be a 32-bit. So I can do int key is oh. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Q dot from Q dot to. Results are add. Key ways of count. So P2 is result blah. SVR comma, was FFT, right? FFT. FFT to DAC. This is DAC to end. So this would be, I never assert added part 2 test, but the test here is 2. Now I'm still wondering why this one doesn't work, but this one. More part 2. Just as an intermediate check-in. So what I can do is do ID type start. And now the key becomes easier. I'm not sure if this helps a lot. It makes the key easier, but actually I could make this a hash set of uint, and then I do the make key thing that I wrote here. I can just do it like this. Uint cache key make key start next. Given that there would be no loops, this would be a unique way. Never mind. This needs to be dictionary long, like this. But that I don't think this solves the issue that I'm having, that the answers are incorrect. So let's see. Explore unique paths. Start, and like this. I need to alter this one as well. From. See, there is still a bug here. There are multiple bugs here. I don't clear the cache. Never mind. I don't clear the cache. Does that matter? It shouldn't matter. Because I validated that this one is correct, I think, but maybe I'm wrong. Because from SVR So DAC is 2. No, that would give multiple options here. SVR to FTT, it gives 2. Maybe the cache is still filled from running part 1. I don't use this one in part 1. I think. Ah, I do. That's a good catch there. Though, should it even matter? I don't think it should matter. No, it's still wrong. It shouldn't matter because the data doesn't change. Or is this the test? This is the test. That does matter. Part 2 it does matter. So I should do cache.clear. But yeah. Let's see. It goes. So these two are the correct ones. So from SVR to FTT, it gives 2. So my version is wrong. And from FTT to out, there's only 1. No, FTT, SVR to FTT, FTT to DAC is 1, and then from DAC to out. Here, this version has no paths from FTT, from DAC to out. Maybe clear between the individual cases. It should it matter? It shouldn't matter because the paths don't change. I mean, I can add it here. Try it, sure. Yeah, that works. Whoa. No, I'm just. Oh no. Yeah, I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. Thanks, thanks, Nineberry. Yeah, I'm an idiot for not realizing that, because it can take a different thing and then it will pollute the cache there. Though, given the starting point, I don't understand how this would be an issue. Can you explain? No, I don't get it. How could this cache be an issue? Because my cache is the start and the next, and then the value. You want to cache the result for the path ahead, not the path behind, so start is not a good path of the cache, but end should be. Okay. So you say that if I... Are you sure? So you're saying that if I change my key type here from end next, I don't need to clear it in between. Let's first commit this part. Bug found cache. Day 11 part 2 bug found. Cache needs to be clear for every lookup. Okay. So you say if we do this and we don't care about this one anymore at all, Next end would be correct and would work without clearing, except after part one. Yeah. Now, I get that one. I'm just curious. Oh yeah, because, yeah, makes sense because you want to cache the end result. No, it's totally logical. Sorry, man. I'm sorry for spacing out. Boom, 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 boom. So we need to do a cache clear here. Yep, makes sense, and that would make it even faster because it can actually cache stuff, though it shouldn't matter there. Yeah. Let's see. P1 is 1. Wait, what? Why is my P1 broken now? That's interesting, my P1 is broken. It's probably the lookup thing. This mapping is wonky now. No, and how's that possible? And is correct. Inverse lookup. Out. Yeah, those match. What's the... Okay. Nineberry wants to end the struggle. Yeah, I made a boo-boo there. I'm just wondering now how I broke my explore unique path. My find all paths thing here. Let me see. Part 1, find all paths. Is start never defined? Yeah, the index for start is wrong. Okay, wait. Let's see. Oh, and the real thing... Oh, Jesus Christ. So, if not test, okay, and I can't do this anymore for the actual one, so boom, we need to remove this one. Actually, no. If test, we can do this. Who are we kidding? We can just remove this because it's... What's the issue here? Because it didn't need to be long. Like this. Don't need to key more than once, so you might as well drop it in here. Look up to Wow, that's a big number. Let's see if it's correct. Woohoo! Uh-huh. Thanks for the assist on the cache not working thing. Oh, nice. Haha. Okay, I'm happy now. It wasn't as smooth as I wanted it to be, but it's okay. So yeah, just a cache attribute, right? Sometimes caching is tricky. Yeah, especially when you're not thinking straight and doing stupid stuff, then caching becomes very tricky. Ha ha ha. Nice. So yeah, I'm not sure if this is the nicest way to do it, but I think since I could have the logic in here to check, because we check more paths here as well. Just a fraction of all paths I had. Okay, that many possible paths, nice. So we also know like SVR, FFT. So we can skip this one. This one can be skipped. SVR to SVT, and then DAC to end, and FTT to end. Like this would be the solution. I think it's still the same. Let's run it. Yeah, okay. Nice. Two. I don't know if it's cheating, but since we realized that this never happens, it's like, why would you account for it? So yeah. Okay. Part day 11, part 2 in the bag. Okay, let's see what everybody else did. 9berry. Let's see. We notice that one intermediate target always appears before the other. Only need to look at that order and partial pass from start, first, second. Okay, same realization there. 9BSR, it's like that in all the inputs. Applying FFT on analog signal wouldn't make sense. Nah, yeah, I know, but it's like they put it in the text like it was an option there. But yeah, I should have, like, common sense helps as well. Let's see. I did the same thing as I did. Cool. I wasn't a special snowflake. I haven't been on Reddit at all this year because I try not to get spoiled for stuff. So there's a trove of things I still need to look up. Usually because like I always do it at the end of the day. I have to make sure that I don't get spoiled. I can't watch streams. I can't go on Reddit. So it's annoying. But yeah. Let's see. Count unique paths. FTT to duck. Oh, you do count them. Unexpected loop between FTT and duck. Oh, okay. I thought you said you accounted for it. So I assumed you would just ignore that. Let's see, first target is from DAC to FTT. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay, so the assumption you made was okay. Only one of these can be true and there can't be a loop. From start to first target, from first to second target, that, okay. Yeah. Okay, nice. So yeah, I think, let's see what kind of caching that you used. Add edges. that? Count unique paths. Dictionary cache. I did a local function inside the function. Traverse. Let's see. Try current out result. So, and if this is not successful, you will still have the result variable, but it will be initialized to 0, so that's why you return it here. Let's see. I just use your next as the cache key since I use a new cache for each task. Got it. Okay. Okay. Nice. As always, actually, but oh wait, what happened? My thing scrolled. That's yesterday, that's today. There you go. Okay. Let's see. Now looking at visualizations on Reddit and realizing there are no loops in the graph. There will be an easy optimization, but not before Feierabend. I even posted a funny meme on Reddit and got a comment by Eric himself. Link it next time when you feel free to post it. I'm happy to upvote anything. I'm always happy when I receive an upvote, so feel free to just share it. That's what this channel is for, right? Show off your stuff. That's also why I regret not streaming early on in the morning, because I've seen so many, like when I watch back previous days on YouTube, I see Eric in chat of lots of people, so it's like, like when you do the problem like 18 hours later, the odds of Eric showing up are very little. Let's see, I solved A10. Congrats. And boo! Actually, it's more party than love there. Oh my god. That's quite a few milliseconds. That's quite a few seconds. A whole minute. Nice. Down to 1.2 seconds. A simple optimization that I disappointingly just thought of. Well, it's always good when you keep improving. Please share code. Oh yeah, I saw that. I'm still at work. I'm doing some. Oh yeah, this is my whole blah 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 blah. And that was all about that. Map is the way to go. We had lots of talks here. Let's see. SMAP. Lucia, so tomorrow you stream at 6? Yeah, I don't know. It might be very late because we're going to the gym tomorrow, right? Oh no, did you say that you couldn't go to the gym tomorrow? I forgot. So there might be a normal stream if Luke can't go to the gym tomorrow. And I can't go the week after because of the kids having a concert. I think you will have to be there as well because your bonus daughter has a concert as well. So yeah, the gym, it will be like we will need to add extra gym sessions to make up for it. Can't go to the gym Christmas things. Yeah, I forgot about that. We will have to find a day to catch up because not going twice in 2 weeks in a row is a no-no. Boom, 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 boom. Let's see. Load server rack connection. Sunday. Yeah, I don't know. We'll make an appointment after after the stream. It'll be fine. Let's see. Server rack. Find all paths. You out. Okay. Devices. Visualize string. One of these is guaranteed to fail, or we would have loops. Sure. Count pass. Okay, I thought I was so smart. It's just what everybody else did. So disappointing. long total way count, path, via waypoint, sure, visualize string, pass. Oh, these are not in order. Okay, I have to look at that. If total is 0, it's like the same, but the last two are switched. Let's see, visualizing, server dark, like I would expect this to be in a different order if the order matters, but generate iParsable. Okay, let's see. Well, let's read the comments here. Calculate the total amount of things started pass with both waypoint devices in order. Okay. The order didn't make sense to me, but I get it now. You have start, end, and then 2 waypoints. I would have probably, since they're like in order, I would probably have made sure that this sequence of parameters would also follow that logical flow, but makes sense now. Yeah. Hi there, Shulkwise. Welcome. We're doing Advent of Code. Let me know if you are familiar with it or not, and I can give you more info, but also otherwise I will just be repeating the same thing over and over again. So if you've done Advent of Code, feel free to share how your day went. If you haven't done Advent of Code and want to learn more about what we're doing, just drop me a line and I'll be happy to explain. But thanks for coming to check me out. I just finished Advent of Code day 11, and I'm currently checking out submissions from the other people. Can you give me a quick analysis of what we're doing here about the day 11 challenge? Yes. Do you want my solutions, or basically what did I do? I wrote a parser, some cached values. I wrote a function that was too slow. And then I added, like, in the style of how Python would do it, to have just like a cache there for DP. Looking at the data, thanks for the follow, it's appreciated. I first was like, okay, we have these parts that we have to follow, so I immediately saw that there is no connection from DAC to FFT, which flavor-wise makes sense. So the actual path should be this. So then I set up lookups for those 3 paths and then multiplied them together. And the way to find the path was basically to make sure that you have a cache. So you cache it based on the end result and the current state. And that way you don't have to clear the cache between runs. And that's basically it. You have to make sure that you hit the cache often so that it runs in time, otherwise it won't finish in time. Because the naive approach that I did here, this won't run in time. So I did it in C#. Lots of people have done it. I have a Discord where people share their solutions as well. So if you manage to complete it, feel free to come say hi on Discord and share your solution there as well, and I'll go over it. And we're currently looking at SMAP UK's solution. He's in the chat right now. So yeah, that's a quick summary. I also called it DP, which is probably the cache, right? Yeah. So if a target, return 1. If we have it cached, return cached. So this is the magic to make sure that you actually complete in time, and then you have a recursive function that just hits this over again. So once it gets to the bottom, it just quickly rolls up, and then you have your solution. And basically, I thought I was really clever for figuring out. Well, in hindsight, it makes so much sense. It would be weird if not everybody did it. But I was happy to be like, okay, we just need to do 3 separate path findings and multiply them together, because that's a unique combination, unique way, so you can save some time with your searches there. But yeah, everybody else did it, I think. Shuk says, I thought you was trying to solve it, so I joined you. Have some fun with you. Yeah, I already just did it, so I'm sorry. You got there, but I just finished. So if you want to see how I did it, I think the VOD is also dual stream to YouTube, so you can look back and see me struggle there if you just jump back like 45 minutes in the stream. But yeah, it's more fun to be live. So yeah, that was SMAP's code. Let's look at the next one. Ninebear says follow, so you will be notified tomorrow when Nick streams the They already did. Yeah. But thanks for that, Nineberry. That was SMAP. Let's see. While typing a message names as well. Oh yeah. That was a discussion about the other part. One thing I don't understand about part 2. How is it possible to have paths from DAC to FFT and back? And are there any duplicate paths there? I'm thinking too much about this. Yeah, they're not. It's not possible, at least not with the provided input. Eric's creating confusion again. Yeah. Reverse is kind of tough. Rev? Probably had a counting error. We'll solve this in the weekend or next. Ended up doing day 10. We'll have, yeah, covered that. We covered this part. Martes says, solving today's problem was one thing. Implementing it without standard.NET connections is another. Okay, on my work laptop, oh yeah, they had weird things with input delays. This is day 10 again. Day 11, let's see. Reverse engineering, yes. Part 1 should be fairly easy, yes. And this is the magic that makes everything fast in Python. So, depth first search, if node is out return 1, pass is 0. For neighbor and graph, pass plus equal DFS neighbor. Yep, return paths. And the second one isn't much more difficult than that. That's what you get for using Python. So these are the... Ah, nice. He did them both, even though it didn't need to, but yeah. They also always write very clean code. So if you want to get like a view that goes back to the basics of what you're actually solving, these Python examples by Cheese are always very concise. So let me recap. Day 11 was malware. Searching for a file if it exists. No. Day 11, let me show you. They had a mapping. This is like from to, like a switchboard. You can go from this to these two others. They say you start here and you have to find a way, all the ways you can go here. So basically a mapping problem. And for the second part, they changed some rules for the path. Let's see, that was Cheese. Sarah? Let's see. Yeah, the solver is probably just a DP thing here as well. It's a basic pattern that you will see time and time again. This reads very cleanly. I always have this, when I look at this, I'm like, why was my code 500 pages long, right? Something to be learned here, to be more elegant about how to write the code. This is very short and concise. Yeah, like a puzzle. No, it's a programming challenge. So if you go to Advent of Code, it's you can go back to the previous 10 years, and there used to be, starting December 1st, a new programming puzzle unlocks every day in 2 parts. And it's just a lot of fun to do. There have been some security things in the past, by the way, but not very advanced. There are some other pretty advanced things in AOC sometimes, but it's not that security focused. We did have to implement like a virtual machine before. Advent of code from Try Hack Me. No. This is the OG one. Are you into InfoSec? Let's see. I tried to do the default way, but then I saw a hint on Reddit. Yeah. That with some caching resulted in this. Okay. Similar problem to previous year, recursive DFS plus cache had separate code for P2 cache at first, but rewrote it to be the same for both parts. I gave up with this one and looked up the answer. It's the same trick as yours, but in Python. Yeah. Usually less code to go with recursion as well, unless you blow the stack, but works for most ASC things. Yes, can't believe my first idea was too complicated. Run the executable instead of VS Code. P1 is 10 times faster. Yep. Amarte, let's see. What do you mean it's called Advent of Cyber? Yeah. Love software engineering anyway. Any piece of hardware or software or electric, I'm in. Nice. Well, this Advent of Code stuff, it's being streamed pretty much. I think I have, on my YouTube, I still have a lot of them. It's nick.yt. I can show you here. So if you want to see like previous years or previous streams, they are all there. But if you just search for Advent of Code on YouTube, you'll find lots of people that have done it multiple years. So there's lots of content to watch if you like it. But it's even more fun to do it. So if you can code, I would just recommend go back to previous events and just start at the first ones. Crazy Wolf asks, how many stars do you have? I think about 370. Let me see, Advent of Code events. 357. So I will go back and do some of the other years as well recently, soon probably. But I've been thinking about, because some people have been asking me to stream more, that after Advent of Code ends, maybe I'll just start a new account and start from 2015 and just go back through all of them. So like, I don't know how many times I'll be able to stream, but I think my wife was okay with me streaming every Tuesday evening, so I'll try that, and then just go back and do some of the old Advent of Code stuff. And there's still a lot of them that I haven't done yet, so I think that might be fun. Let's see, Amarte says, still I haven't moved all of it to the stack, so I create garbage and read the file the .NET way. I'll fix it Saturday or Sunday, I think. Crazy Rule says a lot of them close to 50. You need to finalize them. Yeah, but I'm a bit of a. What I used to do is I want to do everything myself, right? And solve everything myself. And there are some things that I just didn't manage to solve. So I never, out of principle, I just never went to look up the solution and do them. Now, this year, I've realized that some things you just need to look up and learn from it. So I will go back and finish all of it at one point. But I just used to do it in a different way. I would stream it, try to solve it. And if I couldn't, I would just leave it because I couldn't do it. But yeah. I've been coming around on that. And I think I made Amarte happy. You streaming all this stuff would be awesome. Yeah, I thought, I knew you were gonna say that. I'm trying. I'm enjoying this a lot. So, Crazy Will says, my brother has the same coding style. I'm the opposite. I try to solve them for one day, and then the following, I do research on what the solution was. Yeah, that's why I really like people posting the way they did it on my Discord. When I used to stream in the morning, I would post my code to Reddit and check out what everybody else did, and you learn lots of stuff from that as well. It's just like I'm a little bit older now. My kids are older, and sometimes they like to watch me stream. So they ask me, like, "Can't you stream in the evening so that we can watch you if we want?" So that's why I moved it to the evening. It's also, I used to do it like straight in the morning after I brought the kids to school. And then sometimes I would spend like most of the working day on that. I run my own company and I still need to do a lot of work. So moving it to the evening also makes sure that I still get stuff done every day, even though sometimes it's really hard to wait and not work on stuff because I really love doing this. But yeah, I think it's better for me to do it in the evenings, even though I might not always be as fresh in the mind, or but it's better for the balance. Though my wife gets to see me a lot less this way. Yeah, we have to find a balance there. Shockwise says, yes, it's nice to learn how others think and get out of the box. Yeah, yeah. Let's go on with the review. I mark this code. They're trying to do no allocations. There's an extra challenge with everything here. Stackalog 5 required. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, sure. Sorry, I couldn't resist this acronym. Yeah, no worries. It's funny. Yield optimization unit, yelling over USB. Yeah, why not have a little bit of extra fun? So, do you want fun? Let's do the try hack me, do some cybersec. I recommend reverse engineering for you because you already work with C. I'm not great at reverse engineering. I used to. Yeah, let's say I use news leader server password recovery. Does that still exist? Probably not. There's probably a screenshot here. This is an old picture of me, but this thing here, this server password recovery thing for Newsleacher, that's a thing that I wrote like a long time ago. What was I saying? Yeah, like I was writing. I wrote a piece of software. Like Newsleacher was an old program that would let you download binaries from news groups, and it's like an old way of getting usually not the most legal stuff, right? Like before torrenting, way more efficient because it was on very high speed servers. It's a fun rabbit hole to go down to if you're not familiar with it. And I was into InfoSec for a long time, so I wrote, like, when MSN Messenger was a thing, I wrote something to like be able to extract the password from your PC for MSN, and I did the same for Newsleacher. I was writing digital forensic tools back then, and I looked at the file format for Newsleacher, and I was like, okay, this is very easy to decrypt. So I wrote something that lets you just pull back out all the server config, like the server address, port, username, and password. And I wrote a tool for that I sold online for like $10. Yeah, like an info stealer. Yeah. And like a week after I released it, Newsleacher had an update, and my software no longer works. So I hooked up IDA Pro, and I started to decompile and step through the software to try to see what they did so that I could make my software work again. And I spent hours and hours stepping through stuff, and I couldn't manage. So back then, I knew this guy called Luigi Auriemma. He is the maker of Zentax, which is a ZenHacks forum for game hacking. And there was like a game called Settlers 5 that I wrote software for. That was like in that game. Sorry, this will be a very long rabbit hole. You nerds like me. Um, there was in that game was like a character that had a special ability to sing songs, and I really liked that, and I couldn't find them anywhere. So I went to Zentex to find information on the format, and I couldn't. So then I wrote my own tools to uh, unpack the game binaries to get those assets out of it. But through that, I learned about Luigi Ariema, and if you look at his research stuff, it's crazy, right? If you just look at the stuff that he done, it's really cool. Luigi is a hacker from Italy, um, and he used to do nothing except reverse engineer stuff, especially in the early days with Steam, and he has written some Microsoft exploits for remote desktop, for smart TVs, you name it. And I would talk to him regularly. Like, I've written stuff like online rainbow tables to look up. I talked about this before, but like I had a site where you could look up the Wi-Fi passwords for a common modem. I built a rainbow table for that, an online lookup. And through that, I got to know Luigi. There was a time when he had some issues with his hosting. He already had like Aluigi, and it would be hosted on Alta Vista. But then there was a time where that got blocked, and there was an issue. I think I'm still here. Yeah, no? Am I still on the site? Yeah. I hosted his website for a while. Just because he was having some issues staying online because he has so much InfoSec stuff on there. He would sometimes get into issues. And he's like an idol for me. He's really, really, really gifted. One of the few people in the world that I would actually call a hacker in the purest sense of the form. So when I was doing the reverse engineering of the news leecher stuff, I'd get stuck and I would complain to him. I was like, oh, man, I've been banging my head against the wall for so long. I've been trying to find the way how they updated their encryption scheme, and I can't find it. Ready to lose my mind. He was like, what are you doing? Shoot me over the executable. So I sent him the executable, and I think like 3 minutes later he gave me a memory address. He said, jump to there. I was like, and a few seconds later it was all clear to me, and I was like, oh, I wish I had his kind of skills, you know? So yeah, that's the kind of guy he is, and he has I think he runs a big computer, like a cybersecurity company in Singapore right now. Yeah, I have been doing InfoSec stuff for a long time, but it's not my main field, but I enjoy it. Man, I've done so many fun stuff. I think if you look at this screenshot, you can see a red alert key generator here. That's also a fun story. Luigi Ariema, aluigi.org. I mean, I just dropped the name in chat. Research him. He's the real deal. Like one of the only hackers that I know that actually deserves that title, I think. Shaq said, don't you long for the past? Oh man, there's been so many things. I think I could go on for days and days with all the stories, but things change, people change. Right now I'm just having fun coding and not worrying about stuff, and it's nice. But yeah, I got way sidetracked, sorry. We were looking at Amate's code. Let's see. Make name key, sure, but send that over, out of not present, read on the spam. Search for all the keys. Read the file, prepare graph. Add if not present, split. Because we're keeping notes ordered list, we can just use an array to keep a number of paths inside of dictionary. Okay. BFSQ. Let's see. No path laser. Okay. I had a nice few set of zeros at the end. With all the multiplication, I expect like large numbers with lots of zeros in the end, but the odd numbers there. Let's see. I can't even think about leaving the field except as a dead man in his grave. What is it you do? Feel free to talk about it. I'd love to hear from other people. Let's see. Span. You count how many incoming edges each node have. Okay. Key values and graph. Start with nodes that have no incoming edges. Okay. Okay. Any special targets? Any bug bounties you've managed to score? I got one from Atlassian once. That was fun. Totally boring, but fun. Let's see. Amate does real dynamic programming, not a recursive function with cast variants as possible is used. Yeah, I'm trying to take it all in. Okay. How long have you been doing that? It's not something to just jump into. Usually, you need to have like I like to say at least 6 to 8 years of experience before you'll be somewhat proficient there. I would say. Chakra is the one who believes to be a geek in secure Ubinet geek. I'm not sure I understand that one. I one who believes to be geek and secure Ubinet. I please rewrite that in a different way. I don't understand that one. Crazy Wolf says, do you guys think we will be blessed with 2 parts tomorrow? Traditionally, no, but 2 times 12 makes up to 24, so I would expect there to be 2 tomorrow. Yes. Let me see, did I miss something here? Bad experience, but anyway, open to pay all my time for this field. Okay. But we get 3 parts in one. Yeah, that would be cool. Like 2 parts and then a magic. If you get all the stars, unlock the last one. What can you do? You can't use keys like that. Your patterns. Okay. This is cool. I need to go back to this because this looks pretty cool. What is it I can call you? Nick. My name is Nick Gusters, so you can call me Nick. Luke says I gotta go, so see you tomorrow at 600. Yeah. Not quite, but yeah, enjoy. Talk to you tomorrow, Luke. Yeah, I like this one. Not in a way that I've ever written this before, but I like it. Like Nineberry says, looks very fancy. You only really need one of those as if you can do DAC FTT and end up with loops, just need to work out. Yeah, sure. Golf part 1 with link. Don't recommend doing this in production code. Okay, let's quickly look. This is like how my parser looks with all my helper code. I do this as well with all my parts. Let's see, day 11, Julio. Let's see. Need to resize the window so that I don't look at stuff that you can't see on screen. Let's see. Count pass. See you later, Nick. Have fun. Yeah, goodbye. Thanks for stopping by. It's nice. Amata says, thanks. I had to do a similar thing for our game editor, Unreal Blueprint plugin. That's where I learned about the stuff. Nice. Let's see. It's the same kind of solution. This is very similar. Let's see. Total simple path, total composite path. Cool. It's also, it looks way more intimidating to do it this way than the old simple version. Yeah, if I could like that twice, I would. Okay, nice. I actually downloaded a game today. So I thought maybe trying that out, if you guys don't mind. Do you know this one? My wife sent it to me today. Let me see. Let me just send a message. I can just do it this way. Okay, so if you like it, I'll. The only thing I don't have right now is a headset setup. So I will probably mute my desktop I wonder if that's an issue. And I need to make this, let's see. Yeah, if I mute it, does it come through? Let's see, graphics, not full screen. And then we go to, can't I just resize this one? Yes, I can, okay. Okay, boom. And now I probably need to change this just so that it's. I'll fix that later. How do I change this? The farmer was replaced. Yay! Playing farmer was replaced for the first time. Okay. And then I need to remove all these tags, and then it's fine. Should be fine. Does this update? We'll see. Do you guys hear anything from the game? It's programming disguised as a game. Yeah, a bit like Advent of Code. Can you hear the audio from the game, or do I need to unmute it and then? Okay. So now you can hear it probably, and then I can actually just turn off my speakers. Can you hear it now or not? Sound now. Okay. Is it too loud, or do I need to turn down the mix a bit? Just, I think we heard it through the speakers. Ah, okay. I captured desktop audio, but okay, let's see. Is this better? Okay, how horrible does this sound? Should I leave it like this? Yes, we hear it now, okay. I got like a Logitech Z500. I got like this speaker set, so it's huge, this one. Okay, let's try. The window contains information about everything. First program by clicking it. Okay. All program is done in code windows. Sure. The plus button there. Okay, that's a new code file. Okay. Document another window by dragging into it. You will notice once you start typing, simple code completion. Press tab to insert. Okay. Okay. Okay, nice. Okay, these are function calls. You can take the code, sure. Collecting graphs will give you unlock. Open the unlock menu with the button in the top right corner. Okay. While. Okay. I first need to do this five times. Okay. So now we can do this without a while loop, probably. Okay. Sure. Oh yeah, while true. Okay. Makes sense. Good speaker set, just wish the cable between sub and control was longer. Yeah. I actually have like the control unit on the floor and the sub is sitting there, and then I have the surround around. I don't have it too loud now, but okay, let's see. Okay, so basically now we have to, okay. Is it weird that I don't care about hats? Speed, sure, making it faster. Speed upgrade. Problem is that the drone now harvests faster than, okay. Okay. If can harvest. Okay, let's see. Alright, sure. Increase your user function conditions. Yeah, that makes sense. We have speed, we need wood for that. Increase the yield of grass. Sounds like a good update. Expands the farmland and unlocks movement. Okay. Farm has grown. Space is not much. Function move. Move north. Okay. Okay. Should probably do this every time. That makes sense. Plants, bushes. Okay. A plant is nice because it grows automatically. All other plants have to be planted with plant function. The only plant you can plant right now is a bush. You can pass the type of plant you want to plant with a function like this. Okay. This will plant a bush under the drone. Call clear to reset the farm to all grass and reset the drone position. It seems you grow more than one type plant on a farm at the same time. You can sometimes get a higher yield. You need to research polyculture to learn more. Okay. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Plant entities bush. Okay. Move north. Wait, I stopped this one, didn't I? Okay, never mind. Okay. Now what? Total growth time when harvesting. Ah, okay. Makes sense. While true. Nope, nope. Don't need that. If I can harvest. Harvest. Come on. Move north. Plant entities bush. Is there no way to quickly clear everything? If can harvest, and otherwise move north. There should be. It's hard to unlearn. Okay. It's weird that stuff is put in there. Let's see. Expand speed. Increase the speed of both drone and code execution. We don't need more speed, we need the faster stuff. Carrots. This is the next one. Okay. Your farm is expanded again. Now the tiles are no longer in a nice row, so you need to find a way to traverse a square grid. The while loop. With the while loop, this is not possible until you unlock senses and operators. It's time to introduce the for loop. You can read all about the for loop in the for loop page for I in range 5 to a flip. Okay, we won't do that. For n range, change range with number. Okay. Okay. So let's do. No, didn't mean to do that. Can I undock it? Yes. While true. For in range get world size. And now we want this logic. I keep forgetting about that. I didn't know drones run on Python. Yeah, apparently. Right, it says, harvesting under 1 millisecond. Yes. I keep doing Shift Tab to unindent, but it doesn't like that. Let's move this here, and move this here, and then do this. If can harvest, harvest, plant bush. Actually, I can do I. I will need to do this in 2 dimensions. Probably do, yeah. Move down. They do the reverse here, right? North, this would be east. So can we do col equals 0, and otherwise this. I actually can do, I can do it differently. So I can do if col larger 0, error, okay. Okay. Sorry, you can't have logic, buddy. That sucks. Let's see. Mate says, actually, what do drones run on? I understand low-level balancing stuff is sometimes like C, C++, something, but higher functions. Target flyby. Probably a real-time operating system, I would say. For like anything in cars, planes, anything that moves, usually it's a real-time operating system just so that you can guarantee about always having processing, etc. But I haven't looked into it. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, in this case, then we don't care. Do we just want bushes? But I also want some. This is an interesting pattern, very inefficient. Clear, they said something about that. I don't like that. But without much more logic, I can't do anything about it. This is so inefficient. Let's see, what can we get? Expand. Oh no, we don't have carrots. Now we have carrots. Before you can plant carrots or plant into these carrots, you have to till the soil. This will change the ground to grounds.soil. To till the soil, simply call till. Calling till again will change. But I want to have logic so I can do multiple stuff. Planting carrots cost wood and hay. These items will be automatically removed when calling plant into these carrots. Okay. I'll do that in a bit. I actually want to, because this annoys me. So this is the logic that we want. Come on. So we do this. This is getting annoying. I should be able to just change the indentation. I need to change the steam binding thing. How do I do that? settings. Enable Steam. No. How about that? Yay! I thought I no longer had a Steam overlay. Ah, overlay shortcut key. Shift escape. Oh. Okay. Confirm. Thank you. Bye. Okay. So, like I was trying to say. Okay. So we want to start bottom left. Then we do this 3 times. And then we do move east. Then we do move north. West. Shouldn't this be actually the logic that we want? Let's see. Okay. I'm doing something very weird. Let's ignore that one. This one never existed. Let's see. We have carrots. Can make it faster, that's fine. Sure, I'll get the stupid hat. Let's see. Yeah, the yield of the grass. This one is the one that we should have done. Push. Printing. Operators. There you go. Okay, never mind. Okay. Yeah. So I can now do this. If call is larger than that, we do this. And otherwise, so this should now give us seeds on the first one and then wood on the other ones, so we can grow both. And we can probably change this to be this one because we need more of the first one to improve the yields there. Let me create a new one so that we can work on it while it runs and gathers more resources. Am I greedy? Maybe. So we can do if coal is 1, we can do this on the 0. That's elif. Elif coal equals 1. What was the tilling thing? Soil. No, not grass. Carrots. Carrots. Simply call till. Calling till again will change it back to grassland. Okay. So we need to set that up. Okay. Can do carrots on 0, this one on 1. So we need to do like this, right? So now we should have Oh, and I should also actually plant the carrot initially because it never gets in here. Sure. Almost there. So now we have carrots, trees, and grains. Can throw this away because this is basically the solution that we want. 3 resources. Okay. We don't care about this one either. Let's see. 20 carrots. Expand. Okay. This is fine. Why is there your code trigger? Wait, what? Cannot plant entries carrot on ground grassland. Wait, what happened? Ah, it got reset. Okay, so I need to... When you expand, is there events? That would be funny, that you can respond to the event. Like there's an interrupt for... anybody played this game before, by the way? Somebody said they liked it. I don't remember. Yeah, Crazy Wolf played this. Bruce AM said the game is so much more interesting when you compete in leaderboards. Is there leaderboards? Okay, yeah, I've just started, so I'm not familiar with it yet. Hi, by the way, Bruce. Nice to see you. It's been a while. No, I haven't yet, but it's cool. Yeah, it looks fun. There was something... Yield of carrots, sure, but there was also this one. Like anything that increases yields should get priority. We have the operator here. We can just do this, it's very cheap. We don't care about debugging. That's game dev debugging, by the way. Just print it out and then... That's something that really used to frustrate me. Like whenever I would see somebody program in Unity, they never do any breakpoints, right? They would never set a breakpoint to learn about something that goes wrong. No, they'll just add a million print statements and try to figure it out from there. And when it doesn't work, you just keep going and going and going. It's so frustrating to watch. Nineberry says, my parents had a huge garden, so I had to play the analog version as a youth. Yeah. Bruce said I learned Python by playing it a year ago. Nice, nice. Let's see, can we upgrade something? We can expand again. So, and now we need to reset because it will complain. So it should be able to do lots of stuff here. So we'll get lots of grains this way. I like this setup because these take long to grow. So I'll increase my output here by a lot, and then I can start to shift over to make more and more columns of the other stuff if I want. If you guys have any challenges or you want me to do something, feel free to tell me. Oh, wait. Functions to temporarily slow down the execution and make the farm smaller. Why would I do that? I want to make it faster. Yeah, there are people who do it, log debugging, but I try to combat this as we have logs in release mode and those can grow very... Yeah, you don't want that. Nice. Oh, it costs pumpkins. Where do you get pumpkin? And treasure, okay. I think there's a tech tree that I need. Unlocks trees. Watering. Water the plants to make them grow faster. Nice. Plants grow faster when they are watered. The ground has a water level ranging from 0 to 1. The function getWater returns the water level of the ground over the growth speed of plants. Scales linearly from 1 speed at water level 0 to 5 times. Okay. Ground dries up over time. Loses 1 per second. Okay. Use items, item.water. Okay. So this is what you want to do here. I'll make a new one so this keeps going while I program. Well, you can only expand from the bottom, fine. use items of water. If get water smaller than 0.5, use items of water. Oh, I need to do this, I always forget. And this is basically the logic that we want to do for all this stuff. We water it. Does the get water, is there a penalty or time incursion there? Or can we just do it always? Why is there no... There's no items thing here. That's annoying. Oh, okay, watering, never mind. So I think get water probably runs instantly, right? So I can just always do this instead of doing it here. If coal smaller than 2, and this. Oh. Let's see, I think we don't care. 1 tick, yeah. Error. Is it and? Let's see. Error. Items. Oh. Nobody saw that. Oh, it hurts that it clears it. Oh, you lose water. Oh. How do you get more water? Upgrading water to watering. Okay. How do I get more water? Every 10 seconds. Ah, okay. No. Or it's using it up instantly, right? Let's see. You can probably sense. Drone can see what's on the land and where it is. Okay. Variables. I like variables. What did it say? The function get pass and get, okay. Num items. How many of an item you have? Okay. The non-keyword is also unlocked. None is value representing. Okay. The entity under the drone. If you want to find out how many of particular unlocks you have, use num unlocked. Okay, num unlocked unlocks speed will turn number of speed upgrades. Okay, that opens up lots of stuff. Bye Nineberry, thanks for stopping by. I kind of like this. But first I said we need to improve yields of stuff. Let's see. Oh, it costs 500. Damn. I don't even have enough for trees. Receiving more water. 0.1 per sec. Okay. I need more trees. Let's focus on that for now. Okay. If coal. Yeah. So we will change this to make a lot more trees. So now we do, if coal is 0, we do carrot. Yeah. Oh, never mind. Is 0 entities.carrot. If smaller than, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, smaller than 5. Yeah, so what to do is it there? Sure. Push. Should probably also check that we have enough water to do that, but so far it's not erroring out, so that is nice. Carrot, okay. Why can't I? Okay. It's a fun little game. Do you guys like to watch this as well, or do you prefer the coding stuff? I figured it would be a nice way to close out the stream. If you don't have water, it just returns false. Okay. So no errors there. Isn't this coding? Yeah, it's coding. It just seems like usually when I'm doing the advent of code stuff, there's lots of stuff going on. It just feels more dead now. Dead is the wrong word, but I was like, I don't know. It's new for me, so I was like, do people enjoy this as well? So yeah. Bruce says, I am playing this game a lot and compete in LBS leaderboards. Sure. Other thing is the carrots use this, right? Okay. But now it should be growing. Isn't there another speed upgrade? Yeah, that would have been nice. I can do it. Bloop, 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 bloop. It's satisfying to have this. I should probably have it snake down, but... can I write that? Let's see. For row in range this. Write code and see what it does in real time. Yeah, but it will stop processing. Let's see. Wouldn't this be cool environment for AIC visualizations? Write code and see what it does. Yeah. Oh, there's actually another game. Let me see. Library. Replicube, and I think you might like this one, Amarte. This is where you have to write shaders and see the result in real time. I can show you in a bit if you want. That's also pretty fun. I've done that with my oldest daughter. She really liked that one too. Let's see, unlocks speed, the drone and code execution. Sure. And then 1K. Grass, pumpkin. These are not so interesting for me. The lists might be nice, but 500 carats, I don't need that. Functions, hey, that is, functions are useful. Dev keyword. Sure, okay. Should probably write some functions. We'll check it out. Sure. Yeah, I'll link it later. Let's see. Functions. I already have the trees, sunflowers, and this is fertilizer. Grows plants instantly. Okay. Sunflower and power. Okay. And pumpkins requires 500 wood, so I just need more wood to get that one up there. I'll just do this for now. Expand. Yeah, I need to. The speed one is nice still, and the grass yield isn't that important. Let's see. You don't have tree, you have bushes. Okay, trees are better to get wood than bushes. They give 5 wood each, like bushes they can be planted in grass or soil. Okay. Trees like to have some space, and planting them right next to each other will slow down their growth. Their growing time is doubled for each tree that is on a tile directly to the north, east, west, or south of it. So planting your trees on every tile, they will take... Okay. Yeah. The modulus operator can be useful here, remember that? Yeah, sure. Yeah, I can do that. So this is the current one. So now we would do can you use tenors here? Okay, it can't. Bar to plant is if blah to plant oh, come on, to plant is entities tree. To plant. I don't remember variables. Do you just make them up? Let's see. Variables. Okay. Plant tree bush condition works only for 0, 1, aka true false. Okay. They grow pretty fast. Let's see. Oh, and I should probably make sure that this one is at least 100%, or can harvest when harvested. Okay. Can harvest will return true when it's 100% probably. Let's see. Plant tree bush condition works only for 0, 1, aka true false. So and the true condition would do the first one and then the second condition? They might have info on that. Plant. No. True bush and 0. It's like indexing to a list. So true will be tree and 0 will be. But you say bush twice. But it's weird that it doesn't say it in here. But now the things are moving along quite nicely. Yield of grass. Do we need that? Speed is the thing that you want probably. True bush, false tree. Okay. Okay. So it's false true. The order. So if I would do take this and then go back to this one. You can say plant entities bush entities the tree. Ah, you would use that as a. I get it. You use a list and then you abuse the true and falsy nature of the Boolean properties because false equals 0 and true equals 1. There are languages where true equals -1, by the way, but now I understand the shortcut, right? So yeah, since I want this to be true for the tree, you have that as a second parameter there. Nice. Abuse true, false to index into an array to selectively pass an argument. Okay, I like that. Now things are buzzing along nicely. The yield and cost of carrot. The cost also. Okay. What about chest pattern for trees? I didn't look into that. Was it trees? Oh, so they don't count adjacent. Yeah, that makes sense. It says here directly northwest. Would that be this? Probably. Don't open hints instantly. Try to solve them yourself first. Oh, what a hint! I don't know. I've never done this before. I had that before as well. Okay, let's see. Lists must be unlocked. Where is lists? Stop complaining. I got lists now. We got lists at home. Am I doing this part wrong? Let me see. This is 1. This is 2. This is 2. Yeah, it should be. It's probably that I didn't have the brackets correctly or something. Yeah, okay. I forgot the brackets, never mind. Yeah. I remember some of the sticks from Replicube. You had to do some of those things there as well. Import, okay, nice. Should probably just unlock the tag tree. Pumpkins. Okay. Pumpkins grow like carrots on tiled soil. Planting them costs carrots. Okay, so you have a whole dependency tree of stuff. When all the pumpkins in a square are fully grown, they will grow together to form a giant pumpkin. Unfortunately, pumpkins have 20% of dying once they're fully grown, so you need to replant the dead ones if you want them to merge. Wait, what? They will grow together to form a giant pumpkin. Okay. Okay. So you need to... Okay. And the bigger the field, okay. Okay. So it's beneficial to make big patches. Well, yeah. I should probably do a 4x4 in the middle. Let's see. I like this alternating between programming windows and an execution thing there. Let's see. For call and range, get world size. Sure. We want to make a 4x4. Let's see. Oh, I have another code thing here. I think we can get rid of this one. Probably. So I'll probably make this a pumpkin patch here. Who said I was farming each resource separately? Ah, okay, now I just like combining stuff. Makes more sense to me. Because I didn't even know how for loops. Yeah, okay, makes sense. So here we do move east. Then we do pumpkin size is 4. 4. One, so we do 4 coal in for row in range. how does the range thing work here? Let's see, range. Where is it? I was just looking for if it's in the general info here. Range. Yeah, just a comma. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Call in range pumpkin X. Move. North. This one needs to be like this. No, move. And here we need to also till. And then plant entities that pumpkin. Okay, like that. Then we need to use items of water. Let's not use it here. And let's also deactivate this logic here, because we only want to use the water on the pumpkins now. Let me think. There was also a sense in get item, or what was it? Built in, no, get functions. Let's see, programming. Senses, yes. Get entity type. So that is what we need to check for the dead pumpkins later. Boom, 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 boom. So this is what we do here. Then we need to check def is in pumpkin patch XY X larger equal pumpkin X and Y larger equal pumpkin Y and X smaller equal to pumpkin X plus pumpkin size. Smaller needs to be like this. So my range here probably also needs to change because this one will be one to many. And Y smaller than pumpkin Y plus pumpkin. Like this. Okay. If is in pumpkin patch call row. If get entity type equals entities dead pumpkin. What was the thing about dead pumpkins? Yeah, I know, pumpkins. What was the dead thing? Replant. So you don't need to do anything else. You can just do plant entities that pumpkin, and let's also try to water it. Boom, 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 boom. Plant pumpkin, use item water. Or can harvest. Actually, if can harvest, we do the same, but harvest plant with. I keep doing this. Plant is true. If plant like this, if a pumpkin patch, blah blah blah. Yes. Else we do this. I think that makes sense. Do you think it makes sense? Let's see how bad it is. Boom. Pumpkin size. That's because there is a typo there. Okay. Pump. Jesus Christ. Pumpkin. Pump pink size. Yeah. Okay, this is horrible. Pumpkin X. Just making sure that I have them all correct. But because I keep wasting resources whenever I start this, I should probably have like a test version first. Oh, wait. I did something very stupid here. And these should be uppercase. True, false, true. It's weird that this goes into the... Oh, I never returned. So like the way that I need to move is depending on which row I'm in. So it starts as 1. So I would do for 0, for 1, it would be this. So it would west, comma, this. And then we do row %2. I think this is it. It's expensive when it goes wrong, but almost. Try to call some of this not a function. Plant. Wait, what? Oh, I redefined. Do plant. I redefined the plant function and I broke the code. That's funny. Let me think. Because when you go up, you need to do less. If I keep hitting escape, if goal equals this, it's actually smaller then we do the move. Otherwise, we don't move one over. And that also depends on, man, why is this so difficult? Because you start here and it's like, okay, I need to go 1, 2, 3 times. So you need to do the -1. That was correct. And then you go up. Let me think. Like the first time you start on it, but every time after, no, it's 1, 2, 3. Then you need to do it again. So you don't do the move. Marta says, tell me you love programming without telling me you love programming. I like programming. But I'm thinking about what... I lost my flow. Because you need to plant, move, plant, move, plant, move, plant. And the last time you don't move, then you go up instead. And then you do plant, move, plant, move, plant, move. Yeah, so the last time you shouldn't move. The thing is, it costing me resources to do this, so I should try this with a simple thing. See, this is I do something wrong there. It's almost good. It does the dead stuff. Do you see what I'm doing wrong here? Like, I should make something to just work on this pattern. And just do it with something cheaper. Like, skip these carrots, who cares? So we can just skip all this because we don't care. This is the thing that we want to do. I'll just do it like this. We don't care about the water. Let me see. See, it does the cheap viewers. Okay, that's. I need to. Shield mode. No, I thought I had a moderator view. I should probably bring that here. I should probably also just make Amate a mod. Boom, 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 boom. Let me see. I do this too little, and I thought I had mod view open. Andere kanaal in modverband. No. Moderation. I can just click them actually and just do blah, and then mod actions. Ban them. Sure. Cool. It's weird that it's so hard to figure out how to ban a spam bot here. So you have now been modded, Amarte. So feel free to ban the next spammer. Let's see. See, you come here to relax and then you get another job. If call arrange. Yeah, no worries. Been here for a while. Pretty trustworthy. I can trust you with a sword. Now I need to watch a tutorial on how to do all that. It's basically you click a username and then there's action buttons at the bottom. So it's not that difficult and no pressure. It's just like if you want to, you can. Let's see. We do this. I should leave this running in the meanwhile while I think about it. Oh no, this is the bad version. Never mind. Okay. I'll just waste some resources. While true, might as well get some bread while we think. I don't think this is the... Well, it's exactly that. I don't think this is it. It's exactly that. Smash says, hi, how was the end of day 11? It was fine. I didn't know you left before you finished. Wait, let me first, while I explain, let me move this. And I'll go back in a sec. So it should be this one now. Okay, I think I messed something up here. My is in pumpkin patch is wrong. Okay, I'm doing something wrong here. I'll go back to it. Let me just show you day 11 what I did. I ended up making a cached version with explore unique paths. I don't know if you caught that part. But I had my cache setup wrong. I had the start plus next, which means you have to clear it before each run, and I changed the key to be and next because you want to find outcomes, and then it worked. So it's that was the small change that I needed to do, and the rest is basically the same. I thought all the small paths that you can do, figured out that there's no DAC to FFT, so there's only one path. So then I ended up to only check those versions, multiply them together, and that's it. Yeah, I think I looked at your code in the stream as well. Let's see. I'm gonna turn the sound off for a quick second. Yeah, you tried every one of them and then combined them. I looked at it. You did this one, and then you did basically the same, except you didn't take out the impossible path. You accounted for it, but in the end, it's still pretty much the same. Like the count paths. Bruce said, "I just finished day 8 today. Started AOC late." Yeah, no worries. You can even go back into previous years. So, how did you like it so far? Any struggles? Because if you look at it, your way of solving is pretty much the same as as I did, I think. Wait, what is this? Find all paths. Is this the sanity check? Ah, okay. Day 8 was hard to understand what I need to do. Day 2 part 2 brute force. Other days were very easy. Okay, I struggled on, I think, on day 5 and 7 so far. Yeah, I was just playing. The farmer was. What was the game? The farmer was replaced. So it's quite fun. I just have a bug where. I need to fix this as well. I have this in there, and after this I should do clear. So if I do this, it should restrict to this path. That's fine. Solve the 8 in 5 minutes. Try to find a problem. Try to find problem for 6 hours. Okay. Yeah, I had some issues with the comprehension on some of them as well. Let's see, what was I doing? We can do the for loop just to validate. So we can do this. R C. So we made sure that this works for the initial setup. So now we can do if is in pumpkin patch C, R. Like this. Let's see, and then we do the move stuff here. Like that. Actually, I just needed to do east here. Okay, so these are off by 1. So let's fix that. Oh yeah, I also had that issue there. My range thing there was wrong. Yes, let me do that in a bit. First it needs to be positioned there. But if this works, it doesn't matter. So we can do X, pumpkin X is 1 and then 1. Let's see, what's the shape that it does right now? It starts at 2. So the X is fine, but the Y isn't fine. Larger or equal? Larger or equal than 1. That should start here, right? If it's in pumpkin patch. So 1, 1. It should do till and harvest here. Why doesn't this work? Okay. Because it's not, I need to do the get position thing, but is it this? Yes, okay. Wait, what? That's interesting. Why is this off by 1 to the right? Because it starts at 1, 1. So basically, if we do this and I do, oh, come on, C minus 1, it would work because it starts at column 1. No, plus 1. Yeah, it starts here, so it's off by 1 there. Okay. Makes sense. So this is fine. I just need to make sure that it's col plus 1 because it will be offset by like that. And will this start in the proper location? Because after this it needs to return to 1 1 to make sure, or to 0 0 for it to work. So while get plus x larger 0, move south, east, and then do the same for the y, while get pulse y larger than 0, move south. I could do everything with a check each time, but it's far easier when you just reset here and you can do that. No, pumpkin size is fine. I want it to be 4 by 4. It's just the way that it starts off at this style, it will mess it up. I think this is the logic that I want. Oh, I actually have, never mind, I have a move east here. That was the issue. I started off by 1, so that was my issue. So it was this move east here that did the issue. I needed just to make sure that the reset was there, and then this makes sense and this works. The thing is, I want to be able to make sure that col and row align with the current thing. So if this goes off, you can't do the math, and you have to do constant checks, and we don't want that. So I think this should now be correct. So let's see if this works. Nope, it does harvest things. What is it doing? If this, I mean, the indent means that this should only fire if it's not in the pumpkin patch. So that's weird. Wait. Actually, what I just can do is this thing. Till plant water, yeah. This should be it, right? Supinat says, is game dev laborious? No, not at all. But this is actually a game that I'm playing after doing the Advent of Code, so it might be a bit confusing, but game dev is not boring at all. It's a lot of fun, actually. I think this is it. Let me just set this up in my test case here. So I was doing Advent of Code, and now I'm just chilling a bit, playing a game. I want to test without wasting too many resources. We don't care about that part. We clear, we loop through it, we define the is pumpkin patch in pumpkin patch function here. And we do till, this is indented wrongly here. And we don't do the pumpkin, we do just do this. Oh, this snapping is annoying. Let's see. What is it complaining about? Pumpkin X has never been. I forgot about that. So I need to define these and then run. Okay, so I don't need to do these to wrap around. One more check. Yeah, okay, it wraps around to the start. That is nice. The only problem you will farm pumpkins like other entities, not intended way. I'll figure that out when I get there. I think it will be fine, but it may not be. Okay, this is not the one that I wanted. Yes, where is the one that I wanted? Where's my code? This one. Till plant entities.pumpkin. Use items.water. Okay. That is fine. We can skip all of this. This is what I just removed, so that is fine. I can remove this extra sanity check. That is also fine. This I need to remove. Dark Ark says, I like statistical pumpkins. It was fasting to write while I solve other problems. Did you do Advent of Code, Dark? Or did you play The Farmer Was Replaced? Let's see. What was I doing? I can do an LF here. I played The Farmer's Replaced. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was streaming Advent of Code earlier, and I switched to this game. I just picked it up. So, did you like it? I think it just got the version 1 release. So, and do you program other things besides this game? Let's see. LF call equals 0, and we do the carrots here. The powers, it felt kind of short. Okay. I haven't, I just picked it up. Bruce says, version 1 add a lot inclusive async. Okay. And your job is coding. Cool. If you like coding and you're not aware of it, I can highly recommend Advent of Code. That's what we were doing before this. It's a programming challenge that unlocks. Do you know Advent of Code? We do till plant entities the carrot. And we don't use the water. We don't care about that. So we use column 0 for that, and now we won't have any trees, but we've set that up in a. Oh, we've set it up anyways, because we have pumpkin patch, then we have the, let me see, the carrots here. And otherwise we have the trees there, yes. Didn't touch the leaderboard things yet. Ah, okay. I'm not there yet. I think this is our logic. Let's see if this works. Not quite. I should actually wait and do a single pass until there are no dead pumpkins. Plus I messed up the carrot part. Oh, the carrot needs to be tilled. Column 0. So I wonder why it does the tilling. Ah, I do it twice here. That's the issue, I do it twice. That's why it gets untilled. That was not so smart. I wonder, can you see it if it's dead right away? Let's see. Plant, empty pumpkins. No, you can't. Okay, but I could wait a small time to check. It can die at any moment while... Ah, okay, that makes sense. Okay. Let's see. I can do non-dead pumpkin count is 0. Target pumpkin count is 4. Pumpkin size times pumpkin size. Boom, 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 boom. If can harvest and okay. Come on. Does this work, or does it need to be like... I probably need to do that. And then we do if this... do plant. So this is probably the logic that I want. Error. Must be leading... okay, sure. Oh, yeah, and this needs to be AND. Let's see. Um, 16. I need to... Yes, I'm so stupid. I need to do this here because this is for a full pass. Let me reset is false if reset, and then we do this. Yeah. What's the issue? False has never been defined. Oh, come on. False. So now we don't waste resources when we restart. Dark says, I wonder if the mysterious pumpkin number means something or if it's just a joke. I'm not there yet, but I'm glad that my... Wait, what? Oh, I never... yes. Let's make sure. Boom, 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 boom. Or what's the most efficient way? Would it be in? I think this should. Does that work? Yeah, nice. Okay. So I mean, the whole pumpkin thing isn't the most efficient, but it still does its job. So it should find that it's complete now and then harvest it. After it harvested, it should probably go back. Wow. It's not bad. It's not bad. I like it. What kind of stuff can we do? Expands the farm. It takes 1,000. Okay. We can do this. Yield of grass, sure. Yield of carrot, sure. This one can go faster. 500 carrots, we can do that. Sunflowers. Collect the power of the sun, you can harvest that power. Sunflowers collect the power of the sun, you can harvest that power. Planting them works exactly like planting carrots or pumpkins. Harvesting a grown sunflower yields power. If there are at least 10 flowers on a farm and you harvest the one with the largest number of petals, you get 8 times more power. If you harvest a sunflower while there is another sunflower with more petals, the next sunflower you harvest will also give you the normal amount of power, not the type 8 bonus. Okay? So this is a complex piece of harvesting logic there. Let's see. Measure returns the number of petals of sunflower. At least 7 and at most 15. They can already be measured before they are fully grown. Several sunflowers can have the same number of petals, so there can be several sunflowers with the largest number of petals. In this case, it doesn't matter which one of them you harvest. As long as you have power, the drone will use it to run twice as fast. Okay. Nice. It consumes 1 power every 30 actions. Executing other code statements can also use power, but a lot less than drone actions. In general, everything that's sped up by speed upgrades is also sped up by power. Anything sped up by power also uses power proportionally to the time it takes to execute it, ignoring speed. Okay. So sunflower seems a challenge for when the farm is bigger. but fun. How do you like my farm and my setup? Is it nice? Try measuring the pumpkins for fun. Well, it's a very humble farm. Yeah, I only just started. I just bought the game and literally just started. This unlock would be nice. New hat unlock. Nice, okay, so I can make it bigger. Oh yeah, and now I need to stop because this doesn't work. And now I need to... True! And now I can make it 6 by 6 if I want. Let's... I no longer make trees, I just realized. I should probably also do something to make trees. The tree needed something else, right? The tree needed... Oh yeah, I needed I do have some trees. I just use a different pattern. I use it for the first 4. Tune. So I can do W size is get world size like this. Just use the world size -2 so that we always have a border, and use the rest for pumpkins. Tune. So I think this should be fine. So we will have a border of trees, a line of wheat, a line of carrots, and then a pumpkin in the middle. I like it. We might want to leave 2 from the border so that we have a better yield for trees. Let's see. Yeah, I could do that. But it's so tempting to make big pumpkins because it scales so much bigger when they're like that. Amata says, haha, that replicate is a voxel representation, and I now work on a voxel game at my day job. Cool. Never too many voxels in one life. Yeah, it's a lot of fun to play with. So I can recommend Replicube as well. It's a fun game. Let me see what stuff I can upgrade. This might be worth it. See, I need 31,000 trees here, 12,000. So I need to improve that one. Water helps. Oh, fertilizer. Oh, okay. Waiting for the plants to grow is just not effective enough anymore. Similar to water, you will automatically receive 1 fertilizer every 10 seconds, doubling with each upgrade. Okay. Fertilizer can make plants grow instantly. Use item fertilizer reduces the remaining growing time of the plant under the drone by 2 seconds. Okay, this has some side effects. Plants grown with fertilizer will be infected. When a plant is infected, half of its yield is turned into items.weird substance when it's harvested. Weird substance can also be used on plants, which have the effect of toggling the infected status of the plant and all adjacent plants. So you can use item weird substance on an infected plant and it will cure it, but if you use it on a healthy plant, it will infect it. If you use it on an infected plant that has healthy neighbors, it will cure the plant but infect the neighbors and vice versa. Okay, so why would you want to do this? For a fun challenge probably, but I don't see the direct benefit there. Mazes. A maze with a treasure in the middle. It's that the weird stuff thing, that pink stuff. Cactus, costs 5k. Increases the yield. Okay, let's that should have done that sooner. Increase the yield of trees, sure. Polyculture. Use companion planting to increase the yield. Plant type XY is get companion. Okay. 3k, 5k. Test faster under reproducible conditions. Okay. Lists, we have that. Right off. Get access to dictionaries and sets. Okay. I mean, we can do that, but we don't need it really. Random. Okay, sure. Costs. Unlock. Automatically unlocks things. Is there like a prestige thing connected to this? Okay. More drones. Nice. Top hat. Interesting. For the full house, try to use water, or did it have enough of it? Okay, sure. Okay, so I want to make this smaller. I set the start position wrong. Oh well. I bugged something there. Actually, I should just start it at the bottom left row there. Yeah, let me x1 pumpkin y 0. So if I do it like this, yeah, that would mean a more efficient space for the trees. And now it's tempting to just leave this open and go home and sleep and come back to all the lovely resources. Now actually there's water piling up, that's nice. Because I use a smaller area there. Try to use items of water but didn't have enough. Okay. I should probably also check that there is a It's an inventory thing, I thought, right? Grass, speed, head, sunflower trees, pumpkin sense. It's not a census thing. The num items? Oh yeah, sure. So I could do try water, like def try water. If get items, num items, items dot water larger 0. Use item items dot water. So I should do this so that it doesn't complain. Where's water? Here. Yeah, that should be it. Let's not reset. Oh. Use item, okay. So now it won't complain when I don't have water and I try to use water. So yeah. Now it's humming along nicely. Getting the wood up. This costs 19k for the trees to do more. 3k for water, sure. 12. There's not much asking for grass though. 16k carrots for the pumpkins to yield to increase. So now I could water the carrots, but they don't need to. I need more or faster drones, or a more efficient pattern of picking. This game is fun. I think I'm gonna end it in a bit because it's getting a bit late. And I'm sensing that I'm getting tired. I just wonder what the next progression level for this game is. So I can remove this, sure. I think this is the only function I need. Can remove this. Let's see. My farmer was replaced. Just in case something crashes and I want it. Or I accidentally delete it. I don't know if there's an undo or a find function there. Yeah, right now it just feels like it stalled a bit, having to wait for unlocking more. But on the other hand, I didn't try to use the fertilizer yet because that seems scary. Like that weird substance stuff. Not sure what to think of that. And also, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. I wonder if it would be smart to maximize the pumpkins to just go for an 8x8. I mean, I could try that, but I would run out of resources to plant it at a certain time. T-Carter says it actually has a meaning. Ah, okay, the number, yeah. Have you played it as well? Let me see. I think for now I'm gonna try to just remove this. Boom, 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 boom. Remove this pumpkin patch. Basically, everything should be pumpkin patch after. Curious to see what this will do if I how much it harvests when you get a big one. What? 8,000, that's a big jump. What's the average playtime for this game? I'm wondering. It's kind of nice just watching the guy go. Yeah, I've kept an eye on the game for a while and put some time into it, but one Pandora came out. Did a few top 50 leaderboard runs. Nice. I haven't even seen the leaderboard thing yet. I've just gotten the game, so. But Bruce has looked into leaderboard things, I think. Let's see, what was the thing that you can unlock with these pumpkins? Expand the farm, that's the one. Reset, and now we have an even bigger one. It certainly goes up in time when you have to do it like this. What is the max that it can do? So we have 1,000 now. What's the next? 64,000. Okay. Trees, 31K. Now I also understand why the reward goes up, because with all the chances that it goes wrong, you spend a lot of time just scanning and fixing, and now it has to scan the full thing to see if it's complete before harvesting. At least that's the way that I wrote it. And that's only 5,000. I think the one below it might be more efficient, actually. So is the pumpkin map, does it scale? That was the one thing that I wondered, because it said 6 where it was 6. So I always wonder if It said, I think it's hard capped at 6, right? So you shouldn't do pumpkin fields over 6 if this is the case, because it becomes less efficient. Well, is that true? I feel like there's diminishing returns with this size. I think the size before it performed better, because it takes so long. That's where measuring can come in handy in some setups to avoid rescanning the whole field. Yeah, I mean, you could, the thing that I could do is like whenever you find a dead pumpkin, you add it to a list that you keep track of, so that you revisit just the dead ones that you replanted. Like if you, but I did this script before that was focused on doing everything at once. So this does a field of pumpkins plus all the other crops. And then it doesn't matter because every pass you do other stuff as well. So it's a lot less inefficient. But if you were to maximize for pumpkins, what you could do every time you find a dead pumpkin is you add it to a list or a dictionary. And while you're monitoring for dead pumpkins, you just make a beeline for those. But I think like mixing it with other crops so that there's always stuff that you do in your passes might be better. Like in this case, when there's just a few left, now they do a full rescan. That's so very inefficient. So this was fun, but I think this one, no, reset is true. Boom. Like efficiency wise, I think I prefer this setup for now. This is still the setup phase, so it won't harvest all the other ones because it's still initializing. Boom. No, it does the combination of harvesting and plotting. So my initial setup isn't that optimal, but I should probably do an else and just harvest since I scan it anyways. Like in my setup here. Just in the else, just do a harvest. So that the first pass also takes in some hay. Yeah, hay. See, like for now, it does a full pass of the field, and it will just grab all the other resources as well while they're at it. So, and that zoof. So at least it picks up carrots while it does it. And after harvesting, it could go back to just reseed the entire field, but no. Yeah, I like it. I think it's fun. But I do think that I'm going to bring this to an end for now. The grass yield isn't as important as this one, I think. So yeah, I'm gonna see if I can save the game. Saved. Okay. So I'm gonna. I just did that. So I'm gonna end it here. I'm going to see if I can rate somebody doing game dev. Let's see. Is there a science and technology? Anthony writes code is offline. Let's see. Because it's close to midnight here, so I want to thank everybody that stuck around for a bit, especially after the advent of code stuff. And I like playing the game, but I think coding is more the advent of code stuff is more entertaining to watch probably. Martin says, "Okay, thank you, and see you tomorrow." And the replicute is kind of addicting. Yeah, it's really fun. I should probably pick that up as well. Again. Oh, I thought this was bad code for a second. Let's see. Advent of code. Is there somebody still streaming? Advent of code with a new language each day. Okay, let's see. Do I have audio on? Okay. Let's see what they're doing. If you can go raid and say hi. I don't even know how many people are watching, but okay. Still 10 people here. Nice. ASC, hate parsing. Okay. I think they're still doing it, but I want to check it out for a second. But how many times is there? Okay. I just want to quickly see that I don't send you into the void. Okay. Yep, still AOC. So let's go raid them, say hi, and then I'll see all of you tomorrow. So thanks, and let's go say hi to Maya.
Well, thank you. That was the issue. I appreciate you pointing that out. Alright, let's try it with the big one. Let's see what the big one
Let's hit raid. Okay.
will give us the
Bye-bye.
resolution too. Let's see. Oh, that is so not what I wanted to do. Fine, I'll copy that. And KCSS, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Did it work? Okay. So, I've heard part 2.